Okay, that we've got our technology together. On the record, in the matter of the people of the city of Lansing versus Kayla Walker, file number 22-034640D.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kayla Walker.
President in the courtroom, we're ready to proceed with this election. The questions may probe deeply into your attitudes, beliefs, and experiences. They are not meant to be an unreasonable prying into your private life. The law requires that we get this information so that an impartial jury can be chosen. If you do not hear or understand a question, you should say so. If you do understand it, you should answer it truthfully and completely. Please do not hesitate to speak freely about anything you believe we should know. During jury selection, you may be excused from serving on the jury in one of two ways. First, I may excuse you for cause. That is, I may decide that there is a valid reason why you cannot or should not serve in this case. Or a lawyer from one side or the other may excuse you without giving any reason for doing so. This is called a preemptory challenge. The law gives each side the right to excuse a certain number of jurors in this way. If you are excused, you should not feel bad or take it personally. As I explained before, there simply may be something that causes you to be excused from this particular case. I will now ask you to stand and swear to answer truthfully, fully, and honestly all questions that are asked or will be asked about your qualifications to serve as jurors in this case. If you have religious beliefs against taking an oath, you may affirm that you will answer all the questions truthfully, fully, and honestly. I need all the jurors to stand, not just in the jury box, come back here and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully and completely answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror in this case? If you do so, you can say, I do. I do. Thank you. You can be seated. I'm going to introduce the court staff, and it's changed since we switched courtrooms. Here to my left is my court reporter and judicial assistant, that's Miss Addie Nash. And then we have Mr. Nathaniel Neves sitting here. He's the court officer. Sean Farnham switched with him. This is a criminal case involving the charges of operating while under the influence of high blood alcohol content, which we will explain more fully later. The charge has been made against the defendant. Her name is Kayla Walker. The defendant's attorney is John Lee. Mr. Lee, please stand, introduce yourself, and list any witnesses you anticipate calling at today's trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is John Lee. I'm an attorney with the Human County Public Defender's Office. I'm representing Kayla Walker. The witnesses that we intend to call, Your Honor, would be Officer Hung and Officer Remsen of the Lansing City Police Department.
Okay, and we have a number of representatives from the city attorney's office. If you could stand, introduce yourselves, and identify any potential witnesses you anticipate calling.
Hello, my name is Matt Staples. I'm an assistant city attorney here with the city of Lansing.
Amanda Boyle, deputy city.
And people's proposed witnesses would be Jennifer Pong of the Lansing Police Department, Matthew Stevens of the Lansing Police Department, Christopher Clue of the Lansing Police Department, Ryan Hackenberg of the Lansing Police Department, Rosalinda Esquita, who is a phlebotomist, and Jordan Geiger, who is a toxicologist.
Does anyone in the jury box or anyone waiting for their turn to get in the jury box know any of the, either A, do you know the defendant? If you can raise your hand. Okay, anyone know the lawyers or the witnesses? Okay, it's not a question on here, but there is a juror in the box that is a relative to my judicial assistant, and I know her and her family as well. That would be juror number 4. We think that this trial will last for 1 day. Meaning we should complete this today. There is a possibility due to the list of witnesses, it could run over into the next day because you need time for deliberations. But we're hoping to get this done today. Does anyone believe that the length of trial will be a real hardship for you? If you do, raise your hand. Some of you may have health problems that would prevent you from serving on a jury. For example, does anyone have any medical problems that make you unable to sit for 2 or 3 hours at a time? We won't be sitting for 2 or 3 hours at a time. It will take place. Does anyone have a sight or hearing problem? Can everyone hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. So if you didn't raise your hand, that means you couldn't hear me. Everyone's hand is right. Everyone can see clearly? Okay. Again, this is a criminal case. The paper used to charge the defendant with the crime is called a complaint. The complaint in this case charges the defendant, Kayla Walker, as follows. The complaining witness says that on the date and time of allegedly May 13, 2021, the defendant did contrary to law, did then and there operate a vehicle on a highway or other place open to the general public, including any area designated for parking of vehicles at or near South Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Kavanaugh Road, City of Lansing, State of Michigan, while being a person with a blood alcohol content of 0.17 grams or more per 100 milliliters of blood per 210 liters of breath or 67 milliliters of urine. Unlawful blood alcohol content, that being 0.314, and this is contrary to the provisions of the Lansing City Ordinance 402.02 and the Michigan Vehicle Code. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charge. You should clearly understand that the complaint I have just read is not evidence. A complaint is read in every criminal trial so that the defendant and the jury can hear the charges. You must not think that it is evidence that she is guilty or that she must be guilty because she has been charged. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove, it should say, her innocence or do anything. If you find that the prosecution has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. And we will now begin with voir dire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, hello, my name is Matt Staples. I'm an assistant city attorney at the City of Lansing, prosecuting this case. I've just got a couple of questions I want to run through with you guys to get to know you a little better. So these first ones are just general questions. If they apply to you, raise your hand and we can have a little bit more of a conversation about it. So have any of you been convicted of a crime? Nope. Okay. This is juror number 2.
It was like when I was 18, there was a youthful trainee status, so I don't think it's on my record.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay. Have any of you sat on a jury before? You have, juror 1. When was that?
And it was 15.
Okay. And was the trial happened? Everything went through to a verdict? Don't tell me what the verdict was. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Are any of you employed in a law enforcement field, the legal field, the attorney, legal assistant, police officer, corrections, anything like that?
I used to work at IMAX prison for 4 years, but I'm not there anymore.
Okay, and when was that?
In the 80s.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, what about close friends or family? The legal profession or law enforcement? Right. Do any of you just flat out not agree with the concept of drunk driving? Don't think it should be illegal? Drink as much as you want, drive as much as you want? No one? All right. What about traffic laws in general? Is there anyone who just doesn't believe there should be traffic laws? It's unconstitutional, it's whatever. Just don't believe in it. Don't need to have a driver's license, don't need to do any of that. All right. And then what about encounters with the Lansing Police Department? Have any of you had an encounter with the Lansing Police Department? Doesn't mean arrested, just in that term. Yes. Anyone else? That's a good example. So doesn't have to.
That was
doesn't
juror
mean-
number 5.
That was juror 5, I believe. Anyone else in that, understanding that context, just interactions, good, bad, and different? Juror number 7. Can you give us a little bit more detail about that?
Yeah. you can see it.
Sure.
It's called the Lansing. And basically, it's like local leaders, basically to talk about gun violence in the community. How is it? Yeah. Police officers.
When the police officers are talking to you about that, is that more of a informational presentation, or is it like being involved in the advocacy?
They give us a readout of last month, this is the number of shootings and then talk about them.
Anyone else encounters with the police? I want to just take a second and talk about a couple of concepts with you. The first is what the judge referred to as my burden to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Now I like to explain that to a jury because I understand this is kind of a new and alien concept probably to a lot of you. What does that mean? There's a brief explanation up there. The example I like to give to jurors is a jigsaw puzzle. All of you ever done the jigsaw puzzle at some point in your life? As you're putting that puzzle together, right, eventually you can see the picture. There might still be a couple pieces missing here or there, but the picture is clear. Does that concept make sense? Juror number 6, does that make sense to you? Juror number 3? In that case, would you say that, juror number 1, I'll ask you, you're doing a jigsaw puzzle, you can see the picture, there's just a couple pieces here and there missing. Would you say that you could determine beyond a reasonable doubt what that picture is? Juror number 2, same question. Juror number 7. The other topic I'd like to discuss with you, just very briefly here, is the concept of circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence. And the judge will give you an instruction on this as well. Direct evidence is something very simple, like say there's a window here instead of a TV. If you look out that window and see rain, that's direct evidence that it's raining. Circumstantial evidence is something like I walk through that door and my hair is real wet. Maybe I've got a coat on that's got some rain droplets on it. It's information from which you might be able to put together that it's raining. So in that example, I walk through that door, I've got a coat on, it's wet, and my hair is wet. Juror number 6, would you feel comfortable saying that beyond reasonable doubt it's raining outside? Juror number 2? Would anyone feel like they need more information at that? Okay, so that's circumstantial evidence. That's something that may play a part in this case. Juror number 3. It said on your questionnaire that you indicated that you were involved in a criminal suit at one point. for a criminal case?
Traffic, traffic accidents.
Okay, you were in an accident, you were a witness, how are you involved?
Oh, I was guilty of reckless driving.
Okay. And about how long ago was that? You don't have to give us an exact. Is it a while ago?
About 45 years
Okay.
ago.
Alcohol involved? On your part?
Yes.
So in that case, were you found guilty? Did you plead guilty? How did that proceed?
Well, yeah, I was charged and found guilty, yes.
Okay, and did you believe that was a fair verdict?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and
Yeah, no, I was guilty.
and knowing that this case involves driving and alcohol, do you think you'd be able to be fair and impartial?
Absolutely.
Juror number 1, I see that you indicated that you have been involved in a accident resulting in injury and death. You weren't, your mother was. What happened? Did she feel? Sure, I'm sorry to hear that. Is that also the civil suit you were involved in then?
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I will remind everyone, try to keep your voice up as much as possible. This is being recorded in for the court reporter and the judge. We're in a little bit bigger courtroom here today, so. All that interaction with the justice system, should form any opinions of the justice system? And do you feel that you could be a impartial juror? And I also make this note now, try to avoid any head nods. You have to, again, record it for the record, so oral responses, please. Juror number 5, you indicated on your questionnaire that you were involved in a civil suit.
Yes, well, medical.
Okay. Okay, and has that been resolved?
Yes,
And same question, do you feel you can be a fair, impartial?
yes,
And then juror number 7, you indicated that you've been involved in a criminal case in the past.
It was, I was. And then. I gave them a statement.
Did you testify via Zoom or just the general, just talk to the police?
I just talked to the police and.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Lee?
So good morning, thank you for being here. Has anybody ever known anybody who was in a drunk driving accident besides people who've already said? Anybody else? how many people in the jury think that people act differently when they're drunk than they do when they're sober? By a show of hands. You kind of hesitate. No?
Well, it depends on how drunk they
Okay, fair point, fair point. And so if you saw somebody extremely intoxicated and then you saw them and they were completely sober, would you expect them to be the same or would you expect those to be two different things? Two different things, right? So we all understand that when drinking, probably acting differently than you don't drink. Because I'm sure probably listeners here, how many people in the jury have children? Yes, so we have 3 people have children. Have you ever had do you have more than one kid? How many people have more than one kid? Have you ever had 2 kids, both you weren't sure who did it, and you go to them and you ask them who did it, and you're not sure you're getting a straight answer? You ever had that experience? Yeah, okay. And so how did you go about figuring out who was telling the truth?
Deduction, and say a lot of times proof is in the pudding, you know, evidence, as it were. You know, I had raised 3 sons and went through that quite a bit, a lot of finger pointing and what have you. Frankly, a lot of things we really do get to the bottom of because it's nothing but conflicting stories, and if you don't see it, you got one word against the other, and have to either let things fall where they may, or kind of move on to the next episode.
And that's an interesting answer. So he said you might not be able to figure it out. Well, what happens if you can't figure it out? You punish everybody? You punish nobody? Nobody. Okay. When Mr. Staples was talking about reasonable doubt, okay, that's kind of the court's way of saying we don't know. We can't hold you accountable if you just don't know. We like to be sure, right? In America, before we hold people accountable and say they're guilty, right? We like to be sure. And so if you have conflicting evidence, juror number 3 says, testimony that is, you might look for physical evidence, right? Does anybody else agree with that? By show of hands, do you think physical evidence would be relevant if you have conflicting testimony? Juror number 6. Have you ever been in a car with somebody who was drunk? I'm not saying they were driving, but they were in the car and they were drunk. 15 years, okay, so not so much as a adult. So as you grew older, you changed, you evolved, right? Is there anybody who didn't change in their 20s, who didn't evolve in their 20s? Nobody's saying so, right? Everybody changes. Well, we're going to see some things today that are right along those thought lines. Conflicting testimony, some physical evidence, and the evolution of people, different characters. So just ask that you keep an open mind and let the facts lead you to your closing.
Any challenges for cause?
No, Your Honor. For cause, no, Your Honor, thank you.
Any preemptive?
None from the people, Your Honor.
People are satisfied with this slate of jurors.
The people are.
Any preemptive challenges?
Your Honor, the defense would like to thank you, excuse juror number 1.
Juror number 1, you excuse. Thank you for your participation today. Replace seat number 1 with Roger Riley.
Oh, Mr. Riley, did you hear my questions while you were waiting? Have you been convicted of a crime? You sat on the jury before? Do you work in law enforcement? Do any of your close friends or family work in law enforcement? What about the legal field? Yeah. Drunk driving, just don't agree with it. Drink as much as you want, drive as much as you want. So you agree that drunk driving is a reasonable crime. What about traffic laws in general? Any encounters with the Lansing Police Department? Did my allegory of the jigsaw puzzle, does that make sense to you? Does that comport with your understanding of what a reasonable doubt is? And then what about the circumstantial evidence with the rain? Does that make sense to you as well? No further questions from the people here.
Juror number one, have you ever had any members of your family involved in a drunk driving accident? No. Okay, good. No? Yeah. Juror number seven, when you are working with law enforcement, is this a sort of crime prevention task force kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're a community liaison person working with law enforcement to help protect them.
The organization is the liaison. I joined as a concerned citizen to be aware.
Okay, so did you have to actually, are you a formal, is there a formal membership? Did you pay it out?
No.
Thank you.
Mhm. Any challenges for process to do?
None of these people are out. No, you don't. Not for the people who are there. Your Honor, thank you, excuse juror number seven, if that's possible.
Juror number seven, you're excused. For your service. I'm gonna replace juror number seven with Penny Quagliata, thank you. What, actually, ma'am, where do you live? Oh. You're not supposed to be in this jury pool, so we're not gonna put you in seat number seven.
Okay.
Thank you. I just noticed that. Not sure how she got pulled on that. Okay. Juror number seven is going to be Lucas Holiday. You can proceed.
Mr. Holiday, did you have a chance to hear my questions while you were sitting back there? Okay, so have you ever been convicted of a crime? What were you convicted of?
With two situations in court that one in this court presided by non-judge Simmons. This was only 2 years ago. OWI situation. Like to abuse charge, of care.
That, given that history, do you feel you could be a fair and impartial juror?
Yes, I was with the situation.
What about your interactions with the Lansing Police Department?
entirely, mine are actually entirely fair. Appropriate, I have no, problems.
Okay. What about any friends or family in law enforcement or in the legal field in general? I think we can skip the drunk driving question. What about traffic laws in general? Do you agree with the idea of traffic laws? What about the jigsaw puzzle example? Does that make sense to you? Does that comport with your understanding of what a reasonable doubt is? Okay. And then the circumstantial evidence with the rain and if I come in, my hair is wet, my coat's wet. Okay, that makes sense to you too? All right. No further questions, John?
Mr. Howard, just to follow up, with the raincoat example. What if I told you that there was a strict power front on 24 hours a day? Would you automatically accept that it must be raining outside? Because then that would be an alternative, right? You have any children, sir?
Challenges for cross.
None for the people, Your Honor.
None for the defense, Your Honor.
Council approach. Okay, we're going to excuse juror number 7 for cause because he's previously prosecuted before this court and by this prosecuting office. So you'll be excused. Thank you for your service. Okay, we'll replace juror number 7 with Antonio Magana. You can proceed.
Juror number 7, do you ever convict as a crime?
No.
You ever sat on jury before?
No.
Do you have any friends or family in law enforcement or the legal field?
No.
Do you agree with the law surrounding drunk driving? You shouldn't be able to drink a certain amount of drive. What about traffic laws?
Yes.
You heard the examples I brought up several times now, jigsaw puzzle. Does that work for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then about circumstantial evidence in the rain. I noticed on your questionnaire here, it says that you have been involved in an accident resulting in injury, loss, or a lawsuit or death.
What's wrong because I've
Family members.
family member, brother that was hit by a car.
Okay, was alcohol involved in that?
No.
Okay. But no other experience other than that brother being hit on a motorcycle?
No.
No further questions, right?
Just for cause. Oh, I'm sorry, your question.
Mr. McGowan, I noticed that your spouse works for the state, affiliated with law enforcement now. And, do you have any children, sir?
Mr. Costa?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Any preemptory?
No.
Referee count.
Both sides are satisfied with the jury. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Those who have not made it into the jury box, I apologize to disappoint you, but you will not be utilizing your services today. You may have a greater opportunity tomorrow. I'm scheduled for a jury trial, and I think there may be some other judges scheduled, so we'll look forward to seeing you sometime in the near future. You can take the direction of the deputy court administrator as to how you are to proceed. And then those of you that are in the jury box, I'm going to give you all some further instructions, and then I'll release you to have a lunch break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal case made by the city of Lansing against one of your fellow citizens. I will now ask you to stand and swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. If you could please stand. Raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm in the action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you are discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced in accordance with the instruction of the court? If you do so, say I do.
I do.
Thank you. You will get a written copy of my instructions, but you won't get them until it's time to deliberate, so you won't be able to refer to them during the trial. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, again, I will provide you a copy of my instructions, my final instructions, for your use during your deliberations. Now I will explain some of the legal principles you will need to know and the procedure we will follow in this trial. First, let's go over the elements of operating while intoxicated, high bodily content or high bodily alcohol content. The defendant is charged with the crime of operating a motor vehicle with a high bodily alcohol content. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. To operate means to drive or have actual physical control of the vehicle. Second, that the defendant operated the vehicle on a highway or other place open to the public or generally accessible to motor vehicles, including any designated parking areas. Third, that the defendant operated the vehicle with a bodily alcohol level of 0.17 grams or more per 100 milliliters of blood, that is 210 liters of breath or 67 milliliters of urine. You may also consider a less serious charge of operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated. In this case, with an unlawful bodily alcohol level or while under the influence of alcohol. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. To operate means to drive or have actual physical control of the vehicle. Second, that the defendant operated the vehicle on a highway or other place open to the public or generally accessible to motor vehicles, including any designated parking areas. Third, the defendant was intoxicated. That is, the defendant in this section operated the vehicle with a bodily alcohol level of 0.08 grams or more per 100 milliliters of blood or 210 liters of breath or 67 milliliters of urine. Also, that the defendant operated the vehicle while under the influence. under the influence of alcohol or shouldn't have that in there, I'm just gonna take that out, means that because of the drinking of alcohol, the defendant's ability to operate a motor vehicle in a normal manner was substantially lessened. To be under the influence, a person does not have to be falling down or hardly able to stand up. On the other hand, just because a person has drunk alcohol or smells of alcohol consumed or used, well, let's skip that because we're talking about alcohol, does not prove by itself that the person is under the influence of alcohol. The test is whether, because of the drinking of alcohol, that her body and the test is whether the drinking of alcohol, the defendant's mental or physical condition was physically or significantly affected and the defendant was no longer able to operate a vehicle in a normal manner. You may also consider the lesser serious charge of operating a motor vehicle while visibly impaired. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. To operate means to drive or have actual physical control of the vehicle. Second, that the defendant operated the vehicle on a highway or other place open to the public or generally accessible to motor vehicles, including any designated areas for parking. Third, that due to the drinking of alcohol, the defendant drove with less ability than would an ordinary careful driver. The defendant's ability to drive must have been lessened to the point that it would have been noticed by another person. It is the defendant's ability to drive that must have been visibly lessened, not the defendant's manner of driving. Though evidence of the defendant's manner of driving may be considered as evidence of the defendant's ability to drive. The prosecutor must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about May 13, 2021 within the city of Lansing in Ingham County. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he or she will give their legal theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but if he does make an opening statement, he can do so after the prosecutor makes theirs, or he may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents their evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyers has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of their evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove her innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on a witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influence that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts in this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after the witness has testified or finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the question down, and pass it down to court staff who will give it to me. Do not show your question to the other jurors. You'll be provided notepads before we begin taking testimony. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater testimony or weight to testimony merely because it was given in answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. If you cannot hear something that was said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand. It should say immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop, explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to the court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I am about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Again, under the law, the evidence you must consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computer, or other electronic devices. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 7 after you have heard all the evidence. and my instruction, we will draw names to decide which one of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 6. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I may give you more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. And that concludes our procedural instructions. It is currently 12:35. I'm going to give you 1 hour for lunch. You should be back here by 1:30, 1:35. Again, you're gonna get a sticker that identifies you as a juror. You're not to have discussions with any of the parties or potential witnesses. You may not know who those witnesses are, so you gotta be cautious about who you're speaking with. And when you return, you can return to the jury room that's down past the next courtroom. That jury room should be locked if you want to leave any of your items there. It will be locked, that is. And go and get some items. There's some restaurants on the main strip here out on Washington. And again, we'll be back here on the record at 12:35. All rise for the jury. 1:35, that's all. You can excuse. Sure. The people of the city of Lansing versus Lamar Douglas. This is file number 21-01320. Pam Taylor.
New Year, Amanda Will, and City. Same.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Lamar Douglas.
Okay, Mr. Douglas, today is the date that was set for a probation violation hearing. My understanding is that we're not having a hearing today, is that correct?
That's correct.
He wants to plead guilty to the violation that he tested positive at Everhome back on March 1st for alcohol with the result of ETG 4069.42 nanogram, ETS 806.23.
Yes.
That's correct, sir?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Put your hand down. You have the right to have a contested hearing. You have the right to have city attorney put forth evidence today that would support your guilt as to violation that you tested positive for alcohol. Do you want to waive your right to that hearing?
Yes.
Is anybody threatening you to get you to do that?
No.
Any promises being made to you if you waive your hearing?
No.
Are you ready to plead because you believe you're guilty?
Yes.
As to the violation that you tested positive at Everhelp on March 1st for alcohol, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Factual basis, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Douglas, you pled guilty in case 21-01-320 in the 54. And as a part of the sentencing, you were ordered to complete a term of probation, correct? Correct. And as part of your term of probation, you were ordered to refrain from alcohol, correct? Correct. And March 1st of 2024, you had a positive alcohol test at Everhealth, correct?
Questions from the city?
No, you're
Court is satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea to the violation. I find it to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made. The recommendation is to continue probation, but to add outpatient treatment since the defendant's overall attitude is poor. His overall responsibility is poor. Overall progress fair. Defendant has not provided proof of attendance at AA, nor has he picked up the sober link after his last drop. You have,
I got everything, and I've been,
Did you-
given her proof of AA, I just went to see her last week, they gave me more paper. I got it in my car. too.
she dated this violation recommendation back on March 25th, so at the time that she drafted this, she would not have had it. Then
I had sober leak and everything.
in
I had
March,
sober leak on March 1st.
that's not what you stated here. March
I have
25th.
documentation. for that.
Okay, okay, so you picked up your sober link and you provided your AA?
Yeah.
Okay, it says,
I had sober leak on March 1st. I was here and.
since you didn't pick it up after this drop, it's all right, that's all the information that we have here. You can make allocution now.
Well, thank you. Mr. Douglas reports to me that he is in fact staying sober. He did have the one slip up and welcomes a sober leak device to help him be accountable. He is going to have heart surgery soon, so he is definitely focused on his health, trying to stay calm and focused. Reports that he has been going to AA, but quite frankly, he finds the AA meeting a little bit depressing and not always helpful, but nonetheless recognizes that the probation department wants him to do that. And so he has committed to doing that, and reports to me that he has met recently with his probation officer and has provided her with documentation of such in the last 2 months. So he comes to the court, accepting responsibility in full, Your Honor, and very much wanting to be sober and complete his probation successfully.
Okay, looks like I extended your probation after the last violation. You're currently scheduled in probation on August 21st, 2024. I am going to add outpatient treatment. I recognize that AA may be somewhat sobering, or as you termed it, depressing. But you know what else is depressing? You know what else is? Sir?
No, not.
Yeah. Operating with a high alcohol content while driving is depressing. Getting into an accident because you were drinking and driving is depressing. Sitting in jail because you were drinking and driving is depressing. And the amount of people that you would impact if you died because you were drinking and driving, or if you hurt someone else because you were drinking and driving, would also be depressing. So I don't care that you find AA depressing, you're ordered to complete it. Do you understand that?
I mean, the terms of being depressing, I just go there and tell my story and revisit it over and over each time. I just do stuff. But I've done that and got help for the last 3 years. Didn't get help. That particular one where I go that I can. I'm not saying it's helpful, but I can close my eyes and every story I hear is mine. I'm not putting it down. It's not taking. I don't want it to be written like that. I'm just saying I need more mental help. When I came to the court, I had to settle for that. And they said do this instead.
Well,
So I don't want it.
we're adding some outpatient. If you feel like you need some mental health counseling, that's not a part of this treatment plan.
Right.
We can get you screened in order that as well. But you also are a grown man, you have all the power within you to go and get yourself the mental health treatment that you need. That will help you navigate this issue as you're trying to live a life of sobriety. So we're not hindering you from getting mental health. We just haven't had any indication as it relates to this case that we needed to order you to do mental health counseling and supervise that. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't get mental health counseling. And if you get the mental health counseling and that addresses the issue, then that's what we want. But we haven't, our information, which is based on the assessment that we received, did require me to order you or warrant me to order you to mental health counseling. And I encourage you to do that because that's what you feel like you need to do so that you can be in a better position for success. Again, I'm going to continue your probation. I'm not going to extend it at this time. I am going to add some outpatient treatment. If you find that what's going on in the outpatient treatment is duplicative, you're doing some of the same things that you're doing in AA, notify your probation officer so I can amend the order so that you're just doing the outpatient and not the AA, okay? Any additional matters for the records?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yeah, good luck to you, sir. On the record is the matter of the people of the state, city of Lansing, that is, versus Amari McPherson, file number 23-01781. Here's for the record.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Amari McPherson.
How are you, Mr. McPherson? I'm well, thank you. Okay, we reset this because you were waiting to get a new ID so that you could take your test. Were you able to do that? Why aren't you able to get your ID?
I was on my ID. I had to reschedule the test.
Okay, why is that?
The first time I was here, Wednesday I came down here. My bond was out, they gave me 4 days for court.
You have another matter pending
Yeah,
in Eaton County?
but I just went to court there today.
You're aware of this other matter?
I'm aware of the fact that he has another medical condition.
It's a misdemeanor or a felony? So it's pending, so that inherently means it's alleged. But I asked that because you got bigger fish to fry and be coming back and forth here. If you want to proceed with getting your GED, it's only for your benefit. I've gone on my spiel with that before, but I'm not going to keep having you come back and forth. You focus on whatever you got pending, and I'm going to discharge you unsuccessfully for probation. Let's see, you had some fines and costs, I think you paid them all. No, you did not. You owe $1,223 was the last note that I have. I don't know if that's still accurate. I'm sorry,
I said that sounds like
when you gotta make payments, how much? So you can talk to your mom. She's gotta make the payment, not you? Okay. I'm gonna refer you to collections so that you can talk to your mom. She may need to be at that meeting if she's responsible for making these payments on your behalf. So that you can make a payment plan. You need to meet with them this week by Friday, okay? Got any questions for the court? Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing further here.
You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
On the record in the matter of the people of the city of Lansing versus Kayla Walker, I think all the jurors should be back. Any matters we should address before we bring the jury back.
Your Honor, there is one matter. The defense had sent a subpoena to our office for an officer, Remsen Jack. We did send that subpoena on to him. That was late in the afternoon on Wednesday. They sent us that subpoena. We've been making dutiful efforts to get into contact with him. We just were able to get into contact with him. He is off duty at the moment, having just undergone a shoulder surgery and is not available at this point.
Okay. The record, and then we'll, I'm assuming you want a jury instruction because of that? We'll make sure that's added in the final instructions. Any other matters?
I mean, the only statements I would make on that order, Your Honor, given the exceedingly short notice our office was given to produce him and the diligent efforts to produce, I don't know that a missing witness instruction is appropriate in this matter. I think what also shows that now detective, then Officer Pung's body cam is going to be almost duplicative of anything that would have been on Sergeant Jack's. He also was not listed as a witness on the complaint warrant. As an officer, I guess I should say.
His name is listed on the OWI sheet from the police department.
So I checked the complaint warrant. That's fine. And I guess I would just state that our objection is to time.
You object, what took you so long to submit that request?
Your Honor, I didn't get the subpoenas out until last week, just by the volume of the work that we're doing. The city attorney listed every other officer and every other officer's body on camera except Mr. Sergeant Mercer. We feel that he's a vital witness to the defense, and that's why it's.
So they listed every witness, body cam and every officer witness, you said, except for
Sergeant Mercer, and we believe that there is evidence that is critical to the defense on Sergeant Mercer's body cam. Some of it is duplicative, but some of it is not. Some of it is in just him talking, doing his own investigation.
I'm reviewing at least the information the court has about the officers who were present to respond to this incident. There were 4 officers listed. I do see every other officer's name on the since plaintiff and chief people's witness leaving exhibits list. I think that a jury instruction is more than appropriate under the circumstances, so I will grant your request for a jury instruction for that issue. Any other issues?
No, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, you call the jury back.
I have exhibits. I have a, this would be 1 and this would be 2. Your Honor, I have a thumb drive of the video. Do you want that marked as an exhibit for the court's records and to keep, or?
So the thumb drive, is that going to be like video, audio?
Yes,
Is
it's
it
body
more
cam.
than one?
There are more than 1 on here.
Okay, yeah, mark it as 1 exhibit.
Okay. This is 2. And then I guess the video, actually, let's do the. Proposed 2 and 3. It's just the. Just so that you have.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, very good. You can see it. Okay. You think you'll go back sometime, please? Oh, you guys.
Sorry. My apologies.
And we're ready to proceed. You can begin with opening statements.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a pleasant lunch. Again, my name is Matt Staples, and I'm the prosecuting attorney on this case. Now, we're here because on the afternoon of May 13th, 2021, there was an accident that took place on the corner of King and Kavanaugh in the city of Lansing. As a result of the investigation following that accident, the defendant was charged with operating a vehicle with a high bodily alcohol count. As the prosecutor, it is my burden to prove three things to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Those three things are that the defendant was driving on a public road in the city of Lansing with a blood alcohol content of 0.17 or higher. Now I want to take some time and go through each one of those three elements with you. For the first element, I have to prove that the defendant was driving the vehicle. I want to take a second and talk to you about the evidence you're going to hear about the defendant driving. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any body worn camera to show you the defendant behind the wheel. I don't have a picture of the defendant behind the wheel. And my guess is that the defense is going to try to convince you that the defendant wasn't driving. However, you will hear substantial evidence that does place the defendant behind the wheel. You're going to hear from now Detective Punk, an officer who was on the scene immediately after that accident happened. Because her and her partner were getting gas at the Citgo station. It's right there on the corner. She's going to testify that based on her investigation, the defendant is driving the vehicle. Now, not only will you get to hear from Detective Punk, but you're also going to get to see Detective Punk's body-worn camera, which is a little camera that police officers. You're going to see that defendant was operating that vehicle in the city of Lansing on a street that's open and accessible to the public. As I said, you'll hear from the officers that this investigation was the result of an accident that took place on Martin Luther King at or about the corner of Kavanaugh. Those are both streets in the city of Lansing, I'm sure you're familiar with, that are open to the public. Next, I have to prove that the defendant, or finally, I should say, I have to prove the defendant was intoxicated. Now you're going to hear from Officer Pong and Officer Stevens, another officer who was on that scene that day, about defendant's behavior, of how she's conducting herself, her mannerisms, their impressions of that. Again, you're going to see video of defendant played for you that comes from the officer's body-worn cameras. Eventually, you're going to see defendant be arrested under suspicion of drunken driving. You'll hear then from Officer Clue that he transported the defendant from the scene to Sparrow Hospital. Officer Pung and Officer Stevens will tell you that while she was at the hospital, she consented to have her blood drawn. Then you will hear from the phlebotomist, a woman by the name of Rosalinda Escuda, that she performed that blood draw. That's what a phlebotomist is, someone who draws blood. Finally, you're going to hear that one of our officers took the blood from the place that the Lansing Police keep it, transported it to a Michigan State Police lab where they performed forensic analysis on that blood. Then you're going to hear from two employees of that Michigan State lab, one who took custody of blood from that officer, the other one who performed the ultimate blood alcohol test. You're gonna hear from that officer that that blood alcohol test was well above the legal limit. Based on that information, the city has charged the defendant the offense of operating while intoxicated with a high bodily alcohol count. As the trial progresses, as I've said a minute ago, it's my burden to prove each one of those three elements to you beyond a reasonable doubt. At the conclusion of this trial, I ask that if you have met my burden, that you find the defendant, Kayla Walker, guilty of the offense of operating a motor vehicle with a high blood alcohol count. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here this afternoon. We'll try to all thank you all for your time and secret. So you heard the city attorney say, hey, you know, we don't have any definitive evidence that says she, that's exactly right. They're gonna take everything she says and does and turn it into, this must mean that she was the driver, right? She had the keys in her hand. She scared the keys, right? Well, she got in the driver's door to do what? Well, maybe the passenger door wasn't working so good. And it's her car, she's familiar with it, maybe she's just in the habit of doing it. But they're not going to mention to you some of the other evidence that points to the fact that she wasn't the driver. I'm talking about physical evidence, right? So at one point, Officer Pong says, I don't know who the driver is. I'm getting conflicting testimony, right? And she walks over to the car and she says, let me see the placement of the seats. Driver's seat is way back. Passenger seat's way up. And she says, I don't think she could have been driving the car with the seat that far back. We talked a little about there in voir dire. When you have conflicting testimony, sometimes you look to these other things to see what is the story, right? She's not wearing any shoes. The entire time, you see lots of videos, she's got no shoes on. So what the city attorney would have you believe is she was driving around town with no shoes in her car with the seat way back to where a tall person would have. I don't want to say anything I say today is thinking that I don't have respect for the police. I have tremendous respect for the police. They have a very difficult job, okay? When she arrived on the scene, all the people were out of the car. There was nobody in the car. It's a chaotic scene. She's trying to interview 3 different people at once. Well, as she's beginning her investigation, she asked the question, spontaneously asked the question, who was driving? Without thinking, without hesitating. Kayla Walker pointed to Moses, the other person that's in question. He said it was him. That was her first initial spontaneous response. Later, after conferring with Moses, while they're talking to the one guy, Moses and her are over here huddled up and talking. After that, she starts to take responsibility. Not all the time, just here and there, enough to try to keep the heat off of him. Well, why would she do that? Why would somebody do that? Moses had a situation. You'll hear it on the video as Paul's interviewing him. She even recognizes it. You guys are being really defensive. What are you being so defensive for? Moses raises his hand, because I'm on tether. I got a situation. They don't want to see me go to prison, right? It's right there. He says it right out loud. And you'll see all throughout the video him throwing his arm around her neck and talking to her and this and that and the other. She needs to take a fall for it. Well, at some point she starts to recognize, hey, wait a minute, these people are going to arrest me for drunk driving. She starts telling them again, no, I wasn't the driver, I was a passenger. And she says this over and over and over again, all the way through. When they take her to the hospital and draw the blood, she says, I wasn't the driver. They're not listening to them. They got things to do. They got other people to protect and serve, man. They got to keep the train moving, right? And you'll even hear Pong say, you know, we don't know who the driver Her mom said that she's not allowed to let anybody else drive, so must be her. Anybody have kids? I know some of you are too young to have kids. Let me tell you right now, you can tell a young person what the rules are all you want. Okay? When they're out there on their own, they're making their own choices. And not all the choices she made that day were real. In fact, not all the choices she was making in her life at that time. So her mama wasn't real happy about the boy she decided to fall in love with. But anybody who got young people, I know young people, the young lady is in love with the boy. Can't tell her nothing about him, right? And she'll go to the end of the earth. And that's what she did. And that's why we're here today. My mom said, 2 wrongs don't make it right. She lied that day and said she was the driver. Convicting her today for a crime she didn't commit won't fix it. That would be 2 wrongs. 2 wrongs don't make it right.
The people call Officer Ryan Hackenberg.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat. State your first and last name, spell both.
Detective Ryan Hackenberg, A-N-H-A-C-K-E-R-G.
You can proceed.
Officer, where are you currently employed?
Lansing Police Department,
How long have you been employed with the Lansing Police Department?
10 years.
I want to draw your attention to the time around May 13th of 2021. What position were you serving in at that point?
I was serving as a court officer.
Again, what are some of the responsibilities of a court officer?
We work a lot with the courts, serving warrants,
So you said transporting blood kits was part of your duties at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And so, Officer Hackenberg, did you, on the date of May 19th, 2021, take some blood kits to the MSU?
I did.
What happens then?
I take them out to the lab, lock them in the lab, and then the lab person.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Hackenberg, for being here. You said that you take blood kits from where to the lab? Okay, so you have an evidence room that this stuff is put in? Okay, how does this stuff get into the evidence room?
The officers got it.
Okay, so the officers collect the evidence, tag it, put it in the evidence room. That's right. And then you take it from the evidence room to the lab. That's right. Thanks.
Any questions from the jury? This witness be excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Hackenberg. You can be excused. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, people call Rosalinda Espina.
Here. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? You can have a seat there. Have you testified in court before? Oh, so you have to keep your voice up really loud because we have to be able to pick it up for the record, okay? There's a microphone that's in front of you. The lady next to you is the court reporter. She's the one going to take down everything being stated here. All of your responses must be verbal, so you can't do head nods and head shakes or because we can't write that into the record clearly, okay? If there's a question that you don't understand or you need it to be repeated, you can always ask to have the question repeated. If there's an objection from either attorney, you would stop speaking immediately. I'll make a ruling on that objection and then I'm going to tell you if you can give us that answer or not, okay? State your first and last name and then spell both. First and last.
Space,
I'd like to draw your attention to the afternoon of May 13th, 2021. Where were you employed at that time? And what was your position at Sparrow Hospital? And can you explain to the jury what a phlebotomist is? And that afternoon, did you have cause to have any interaction with the defendant? Okay, did you? Your Honor, I'm gonna show the witness what is marked as people's.
First, ask for the reflection recollection.
If I showed you this, would that reflect, would it refresh your recollection?
What is it that you're showing?
The alcohol and drug determination.
Okay, you show that too.
Mr. Lee has a copy, correct? Okay. So I'll ask you again, on that afternoon, did you have an interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And was that interaction in your role as a phlebotomist?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the court how that process goes?
So, police brings a kit that it's sealed, and we open it in front of them, and we use the items that are inside the box.
Okay, what items are inside the box?
The vials, here,
Okay, so could you walk us through the process of drawing the blood from the defendant's arm?
well, first I have to identify her properly. Sometimes, the policeman will come with a document,
Mhm.
but, the name on the person will be not document, but what document that the persons who want to vote for. So we match up and proceed to well, the blood, by wiping the area. And,
Can you describe the process of wiping the area?
when you use the packet that's in the box, you wipe the area. Let it dry for a couple of seconds.
Is there anything special about that packet that's in that box?
What do you mean?
For example, what that cleaning product contains.
It's a non.
Okay. So it's a non-alcoholic solution that's used to clean. Okay. And then you said can you walk us through the drawing of the blood?
Well, I turn it with, and wipe the area. To poke, circle the line.
And is that all of that within the prescribed method for withdrawing blood?
Yes.
Oh, and then what happens after you draw the blood?
I have to label it. Put my name on the label. Then it's nothing.
And do you know if you did that in this case?
Oops, one thing. I mean, if, my name is on the label, especially. Okay.
I'm going to show you a proposed People's 2, which again is the alcohol and blood determination. Do you recognize that bottom section there? Yes.
Yeah, it has some name.
Okay, and is there any other information contained in there? And could you let the court know what those times are?
I was 16:47 a.m. That's the beginning of the draw, which was 16:47.
It should be, what, if you could, what time in 12-hour parlance?
4:47.
Okay.
But every time I draw was
No further questions, Your Honor.
Sorry, are you gonna move to the
Not yet, Your Honor. The top half is one of the officers filled out, so this is a FDLA Foundation form. Okay. Approach.
cross-examination?
I'm going to apologize right now because I'm about to say your name wrong. Okay? Miss Bayara Espatia? So you're a phlebotomist.
yes.
And phlebotomist means you draw blood. Okay, excellent. And so while you're drawing the blood, are the police in the room?
Yes.
Are they having interaction with Miss Walker?
No, usually that not paperwork.
Did you hear Miss Walker make any statements about whether she was the driver of the car while you were in the room? appreciate you.
None, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
She may.
If you may be excused again. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the people called Detective Jennifer.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth from the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. State your first and last name, spell both.
Jennifer Plum, JENNIFERPUNG.
Good morning, Detective Pong. What is your current occupation? How long have you been with the Lansing Police Department?
I've been in 19 years.
And I'd like to call your attention to the afternoon of May 13th, 2021. What was your position with the police department at that time?
I was a canine dealer on the road patrol.
Okay, and could you explain that, what that means to the court of a field training officer?
It means that brand new officers come in as recruits and they are assigned with some of the officer training, just training officer school, and therefore then they are guided and trained throughout the shift for a period of time.
Okay, and on that afternoon, did you have reason to be in the area of the corner of Martin Luther King and Kavanaugh?
Yes,
And why were you there?
we were getting gas for our vehicle and water.
Okay, and what happened while you were getting gas?
We heard a loud crash and noticed that a vehicle crash had just happened.
Okay, and what did you do next?
We went to the scene of the crash, which was just walking across the parking lot, and to assess for any medical need, any injuries, anybody needing like. Anything with the crash on the
Your Honor, at this point, we're going to be potentially entering some body worn camera evidence. How would you proceed? Is there an HDMI cable?
There is an HDMI, or I thought that's why she was in the.
Oh, you're already in the show. Okay, she's one step ahead of me. All right. We did previously stipulate, but since we didn't put that on the record, Your Honor, we can just say foundation.
There's stipulation as to the body worn camera, what exhibit is it?
For Detective Pung, it would be exhibit 1 for the people.
That.
Yes. Defense deputy.
People in exhibit 1's admitted.
Okay. All right, Detective Pung, I will direct your attention to the screen here. There's not gonna be any sound from them. Getting pretty close.
Oh, yeah, did you click share sound when you shared? If not, you gotta exit out the share sound and start all over. There should be a little box that says share sound. They updated it, so I'm not sure. Really, I'm gonna mute you, but make sure you're muted, please. Mr. Lee, are you muted?
Yes.
If I wanted to.
Did you call this in? Getting so. They're trying to get out of here with that other call. There's an accident there. King and Kavanaugh will be checking for injuries.
I don't know.
Are you guys okay?
My head hurts.
Your head hurts? What car were you in?
Yellow car. My
Yellow car right here. Are you two the only two that were in there?
No, I just came from over there.
Right, no, these two. Where were you at?
I was in the back seat.
Of the yellow one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Detective Pung, at that point, had anyone indicated anything to you about what had happened?
Yeah, they had indicated there was a vehicle crash involving that yellow vehicle. That there was individuals and individuals that were in it.
Anything about those individuals?
The female, not the one in the red shirt, but the one in the black crop top, and the male that said they were in it. And then somebody put into another.
What did that male say about that car accident?
He was in it, he was a passenger, and that she was driving.
Do you want an ambulance?
Yeah, I think
No.
she do. No, you don't?
Yeah.
You don't want it?
I gotta call my mom.
No. My mom, I called my mom. I'm going to press like one. She stopped before me, so I.
Fuck, I'm with my cousin Kayla and Moses.
Yeah.
Do you need my phone?
What?
Because his eye hurts real bad.
His eye? Where was he at? He just showed up.
I'm in the passenger seat.
In which car? We're just trying to help you out.
You alright, bro? No, I'm not, bro. What hurt? Alright, bro. My eye hurt too, but my head. Bro, how the fuck did they just do that dumbass shit, bro? What the fuck did they, bro? And they just gonna pull off, bro. They just gonna pull off, bro.
Out here.
You know, okay?
No.
What's wrong?
My eye.
Your eye?
No, that's fine. I appreciate your help. I'm just trying to get radio information going. Who was driving this car?
We were in the passenger seat. I didn't know. I'm like, that's why I'm fucked up and confused. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
So he was driving? You were driving, pal?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, but
Bro, come get me.
no, you can't go anywhere. You can't go anywhere. You're a passenger. We need your information. We need to take
That's
care.
okay, but I still need somebody to come and get us. He's stranded.
Oh, okay. But I'm just saying you can't go anywhere immediately.
Bro, come get me, bro. I'm at the
Okay, if
signal
you
on
have another
MLK, bro.
vehicle or another unit available, it would be
Why you just say
helpful.
I was driving? We just crashed.
Your Honor, this is getting kind of laggy and choppy. Could we just use the HDMI cable?
Absolutely, to the extent that we know where it is. I have to get. Right, to get changed just in systems.
I see it.
See it? Okay, off the record while you do that. See it, Thomas Duquette. Thomas Duquette.
Yeah, sorry, just having difficulty connecting here.
Okay,
Afternoon.
counsel, all right, good afternoon, you're here for Discover Bank.
Yes,
Okay, I'm in the middle of a jury trial. I don't have anybody present for the defendant. I'll put you in a private meeting room if the defendant appears. You either need to complete a joint pretrial statement and file it electronically with the court, or you can come to resolution. If you need an additional date, you can send me a message through the chat feature. We can get you a new date. If the other party fails to appear after 2:40, you're free to go and submit a default.
understood.
Yeah, I'll put you in a private meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, apologize for that interruption. Back on the record.
We need to change the TV.
Relinquish this to a firm. It's not working. Do we need to get Sean?
I think it's just like.
I don't think we're supposed to have to change anything.
You only, because there's an, yeah, you just have to change the input, I don't know.
Try it. Okay. It's down at least for like.
Let me see, I gotta bring it up. I did. Oh, no, I got. That. All right. Here we go. Right go there, see what that.
Maybe
Is that?
it would be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You pressing input.
Input, that is it. Exactly.
I tried that PC engine at the bottom.
No, yeah, I don't think we tried to assume that.
Three.
If they want to put the HDMI on the laptop, do you know which one?
Normally, we don't have to change it, no, it's just saying,
Just it
yeah, it automatically connects.
They have to disconnect from the Zoom.
No,
No, it should have just automatically, maybe, if we go back to the original, are we on the right thing? So I don't see anything anymore. Then we'll disconnect, try it, disconnect, and try it again. Okay, so
yeah, I think it's.
Oh, you just did something.
Yeah.
Yes,
I don't know if it's plugged in.
Oh.
thank you, back on the record.
Bro, come get me, bro. I'm at the
Okay,
signal
if
on
you have another
MLK, bro. We
vehicle
just,
or another unit available, it would be
why you just say
helpful.
I was driving? We just crashed. Who just saw I was driving? I wasn't driving that fucking
Who was driving that vehicle?
Ma'am, I was in the back seat, in the passenger seat. Y'all got cameras. Y'all can see me get out.
We will have to look up cameras if everybody just claims they weren't driving. Not a problem.
But y'all calling other units and stuff like I'm being arrested or something when I call for my ride?
I have traffic issues.
Oh, okay. I'm just
No,
saying
I
I
don't
was
want
a
to take you to jail.
passenger.
Do you have an ID on you, bud?
No, ma'am, I don't, but get my information. I know you need my information.
You got it. You're
I'm
right.
out on bond, just to let you know. But I did nothing wrong, man. I committed no crime.
Hey, can you stay here, please?
Hey, cousin!
Come on over here. She can come over here.
Excuse me. Is my eye fucked up?
It's a little red. Do you have ID on you? What is your first name?
My first name is Gabriel.
Spell that.
That's my middle name. G-A-B-R-E-L-L-E.
G-A-B-R-E-L-L-E.
R-E-L-L-E. Yes, middle name Malik.
If you don't want to start lying to me, we can make a bigger issue out of it.
No, I swear to God, I'm telling her my eye hurt.
Okay.
Since I just crashed.
G-A-B.
Hold on,
I have a medic on the way. I have a medic on the way.
Sis, hold on.
G-A-B.
R-E-L-L-E, first name. Middle name Malik, M-A-L-I-K. Last name Phillips, P-H-I-L-L-I-P-X.
Thank you. Date of birth.
4302.
4302. Okay. And your address?
5540 K North, apartment number 3. That dumbass shit.
K North.
And these niggas just
what number? K North what?
Apartment. K North Road, apartment number 3.
Yep. Okay. Okay. What's your phone number, Pat?
Could you explain to the jury why the sound just cut out there?
I think we're sure it's cut out. I don't.
Yeah, Your Honor, it's redaction for his
Oh, I
personal
have-
phone number.
Okay, I apologize. Okay.
Just for clarification.
He's good.
Just for clarification, you're saying that the airspace that was without sound is due to it being redacted. We'll explain that to you.
Just now, sure.
Am I making you nervous or something?
No, I don't want.
Takes a.
No problem.
Sorry. Certain information is redacted, which means it cannot be given out. So I don't think that's what I would come for that. So the personal information is in the release.
He's not drunk. He's not.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're
Just crashed.
worried about what's going on south side.
I'm sorry.
This is about you guys. This is about keeping you healthy and safe.
I'm sorry. My head just
Okay?
went
All right. What's your name, Val? Have a seat.
I can't even fucking go.
Have a seat.
My name is Oz. I'm going. They was dropping me off to the house.
Okay. What's your name?
Moses
You hit
Lingua.
your shit?
Moses?
Lingua.
Spell that, please.
Did she hit your head?
Lingua.
G-U-A?
Did you hit my
Date of
cousin's
birth?
head?
Did I?
121.96.
Why the fuck would she hit my head? We just got into a car crash.
Oh, I'm asking what the fuck is going on.
121.96.
121 of 96.
Yes.
Thank you. Where do you live?
1021 South Grand Avenue. That's where they was taking me to right now. To
Okay,
this fucking
all right.
stupid ass fucking car.
Exactly,
Just
I'm
did
just
that
What's your
dumbass
phone
shit.
number, pal? You were driving? Were you driving a car?
Yes,
You
I'm
told me
dropping
you
people
weren't.
off.
You told me you weren't driving, so you're driving now?
No, I said he was not driving. I
It's all,
can't tell you
it's
what
all
I
on
was
body
doing.
camera, honey. You told me you were driving at first. Then you told me you weren't driving.
I said he was not
You
driving.
told me he was driving.
I pulled up to pull him off to arrest him.
Why would I arrest him? Why are you guys all worried about me arresting you?
Cause I'm on tether. That's why.
So
I'm
you
on
shouldn't be
federal.
out and about?
Exactly.
No,
he
I'm supposed to
told
be
me
home at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
not
Good
to
deal.
get him
That's where they was
home.
taking me right now. 4 o'clock.
1021. I need you to stop talking for a
Okay,
minute,
I'm
please.
sorry.
1021 South Grand.
That's where they was taking me.
Okay.
I'm on tether. 4 o'clock. I was supposed to be
Okay.
home. That's where they was.
What's your
just
phone
taking me.
number, pal? All right, so
My hair hurts very
his head,
bad, sir.
she's not making much sense, and he said his head was
I'm not
hurting.
making much sense.
No, you were asked what's going on multiple times.
I've
You thought I
asked what's
punched
going on with
him.
him because this is the person I came with.
Bro, give me my vape, bro.
I came with
Please.
him. I'm making sure he's
My
okay.
vape. Tell me my vape, please.
No, I'm making sure he's okay. I was with him. Yes.
You in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm making sure he's okay because I
I'm
came
making
with
sure
him.
you're okay. Okay. Focus on me, baby.
Okay.
I have not gotten a clear answer out of any of them on who was driving this guy. So, I have no idea what you would really like me to do with that. We did not see it. We were getting gas, it happened. They were all out mingling. So, if you want to write it up, send them up. Yeah, when I first got up here, her and Sam said that he was driving. Now she's saying he was after they had a little conversation.
Actually, we can look at the car sheet. You could probably tell. who
Yes,
was driving.
I would agree, but I'm gonna bet she was not driving with it laid back that far. Maybe.
You might have been driving.
Hang on, they're gonna all try to.
So, Officer Detective, I'm sorry, Pong. How would you describe where you were in your investigation?
Trying to sort out everybody's statements and how controllers usually turn into. Got really excited, just trying to de-escalate it and just trying to get factual information. And at this point, we went over to the car to look at the vehicle to see foot and seat positioning, seat. When I said, I'm gonna guess it was laid back, meaning it was far back. When we looked on further, the seat was reclined, but the actual seat was not.
So would it be fair to say this is a fairly preliminary level of the
Very
investigation?
preliminary, yes. And this stage of it happened only because so many of people's words are inconsistent.
Let me.
I know it's over there. That shit's dumb, bro. Like, how does that, like, how?
It's my birthday. Stop.
They just left.
What's your
Like,
first name?
like, that shit's weird as
Who's
fuck,
that?
bro. They just left. The nigga that just hit us. The
No.
motherfucker that just hit us.
Do you see that the car you hit's back there?
No, whoever the fuck that is, they did that dumbass shit. The fuck, nigga?
So who's driving this car?
Her. That's her car. She was driving. They was supposed to fucking wait, bro.
We're just trying to evaluate.
They ran off. They ran off. Okay.
What's your first name?
They're smashed.
The people that
They are,
smashed me in the
absolutely.
front ran off.
What's your first name?
They're smashed.
Kayla.
Kayla?
Yes. Kayla. I'm not.
Kayla.
Insurance. I have everything. I'm not renting
Last
out crazy.
name?
I'm just like Walker.
Spell that.
Walker.
Middle name?
What shit my middle name for? It's like definitely under insurance.
You have your driver's license on you.
I do. It's
I need
Janae.
that.
J-A-N-A-E.
I need your driver's license.
Now you wanna, okay.
If you were driving. Yep, pretty common. I need your driver's license.
Now I don't have it because my keys been crashed into the shit.
Detective Pung, did you notice anything about what the defendant had in her possession at this point?
Yes, she had a set of keys.
It's in the car.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
After witnessing this, did any of your previous impressions change?
Yes, sir. When Kayla sat down in the car, it was, first of all, it was very natural for her to instinctually go to the driver's side of the car where she exited the car. Multiple times, she said she was driving the car on natural speaking and discussion. It was when she would stop and think about things that she would try to change her situation and position in the car. When she went to the car, she naturally got into the driver's side of the car without being asked to or otherwise. And her feet fit perfectly, her body fit perfectly behind that steering wheel. Where the other individuals of the vehicle were considerably taller and would not have fit adequately behind that steering wheel.
I just have a question. What is this white stuff?
That is an airbag. The airbag, whether it came from the steering wheel or the dashboard. 6 feet.
Do you know why she was getting in the vehicle at this point?
To get her driver's license for me, she couldn't consistently stay on the task of giving me her information and kept referring it to looking it up, and I needed to see everything for me on the driver's license, and she had that, that's where she was like that.
Let's head out here, please.
Why you can't act like I'm disruptive?
I just need you off the road, honey. I'm not acting like
disruptive.
anything.
I've done nothing to you.
I have my sergeant right here. He has no problem with what I'm doing.
Step up here.
Am I being disruptive?
Okay, how fast are you going? You know?
35, 45. It's okay, it was a 45. I will be honest, it was 45.
Alright, that's good.
None.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Yes, as the medics were doing their investigation as well, part of their investigation is always to ask who the driver is and figure out how fast that driver is going. At that point, they were asking her how fast she was going, since they did hear from the other people on scene that she was in fact the driver, and that's when she was getting to back.
But was the question, how fast were you driving or how fast were you going?
How fast were you going? And it's the same, I can't remember their wording exactly.
And I think, does the court want us to replay that section?
Correct.
Nothing to you.
I have my sergeant right here. He has no problem with what I'm doing.
Step up here.
Am I being disruptive?
Okay, how fast are you going? You know?
35, 45. It's okay, it was a 45. I will be honest, it was 45.
Alright, that's good.
Nonetheless, it was down here.
Now she's the passes.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is
Were you
happening.
driving the car or were you not driving
No! We were doing the speed limit.
Who's we?
the car? I need to know who's driving your vehicle.
Go speed limit.
The speed limit on King is 45.
I did 45. I said I
Okay, he
was doing
turned in front
45.
of her. So
I said
who's
I was
driving the
doing
vehicle?
45.
Which one of you guys are driving the vehicle?
If we were both doing 45, why does it matter?
Because your insurance is going to matter.
This is my vehicle.
It's your vehicle?
Yeah.
This
Who
your
was
daughter?
driving your vehicle when
Me,
you
I was doing 40. That's what I'm saying. I was doing
Because
45.
you just said you were in the passenger.
All right, Officer Pung, I've just shown you about the first 23 of your body cam footage. Based on your experience as a police officer and an investigator, what stood out to you?
That there was a lot of whispering from the main subject. Driving the vehicle. We keep driving the vehicle. Going from person to person, wanting everybody to change their story as they were telling the truth, trying to get the truth. The female on scene was going to them, whispering, pointing, and then trying to change her own story. When she was allowed to speak freely, did not think about it, about herself, and then she think about it, she didn't want to be the one playing driving the vehicle.
And
She had the, sorry.
no, go ahead.
She had the car keys in her hand from the beginning. When asked to get her driver's license, she naturally walked to the driver's side of the vehicle where her stuff was in reach and arm span as the driver of the vehicle. And multiple times she said, I was going and trying to play on words. Multiple times as we were just trying to figure out where her safety and everybody else. And she wanted to leave a couple of times. Move around.
And did any of the other people admit to you that they were driving?
No.
Okay. What, if any, investigative conclusions had you come to at this point?
That the female was the shortest of the vehicle, in the vehicle by many inches, and fit perfectly in the driver's seat. The other two subjects, one with a mark on the side of his face that said he was a passenger of the vehicle, and the other one who was on the said he was a backseat passenger of the vehicle. Those fit into play of the vehicle. The most damage was on the front passenger side of the vehicle, and that's where the one individual actually had a small abrasion. The rest of the people did not have any complaint of pain or otherwise. The other one had said it was in the back.
So what, if any, conclusion did you come to? At
That
that
the
point?
female was the driver. The female was identified as male.
Okay, and what happened next in the investigation?
At that point, my recruit who was making contact with the other drivers of the driver of the other vehicle had come over. We had discussed things and it was concluded that that was who our driver was. And he attempted to do FFST.
Okay, so to clarify, the next point in the investigation would be to move into the SFSTs.
Yes.
And what does FSFT stand for?
Standardized field sobriety. And that would,
Go ahead.
that would give us a clearer vision of the ability of a person to drive the vehicle and be an indicator of the influences of other substances.
If you're gonna skip through, you have to put on the record where you're starting and ending.
Okay, the ending point was, I believe, 11:23, and the new starting point will be 17:45.
Yeah. Tell you right now, I'm bow-legged. Mom, tell him I'm bow-legged. I cannot. Pay attention.
Yes, I have everybody's.
Are you currently wearing any contacts? No. Okay. Do you have any medical conditions such as head
I'm
injury?
bow-legged.
Ma'am, hey,
Pay attention
can you
to
pay attention to
him.
me? Okay.
How could you go? Okay.
I'm talking to you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So, all right. So during this, do not move your head. Do you understand my instructions? Okay.
Yes.
And we need to see your ID.
Mom,
Throughout the
give her
entire
her ID.
thing.
Oh my gosh, see right here.
Can you move your head?
Okay, I'll go ahead and take your hat for you.
Nope.
Okay, then keep it on there backwards.
So you're gonna follow. Okay.
okay?
Your ID?
I have her ID.
Oh, she got it.
You have to explain to her she has to, okay?
Yep.
You have to keep your head extremely still, okay? Keep your face forward, facing forward, chin still.
My head just like.
No, nobody wants you
keep
to
your
swing
head
it.
still. Just look with your eyes. Follow my finger with your
What
eyes.
do you want me to do with you swinging your head?
Keep your head still.
Yeah, Detective Hong, I know you spoke earlier about FTO. Can you explain what was going on just there?
Yeah. As a new recruit, learning something in a classroom and in a demonstration are different than implementing them on the road with some of my other people, and I was explaining how we needed to make sure that the instructions were clear and the person had to follow those instructions. That this individual was moving all over the place and consistently wanting to follow his hand with her face. She was moving and I needed to help him out and explain this.
Like keep your head facing towards me.
So not pay attention.
I'm telling you to pay
If
attention.
you don't mind, I'm saying like when you do this,
Yes.
to me.
Follow with only your eyes. Can you do that?
Yeah. Oh.
I have not yet. I'm trying to, do you mind doing that? Thank you. No, I could do that here. If you don't mind running all three of them, but here he is. So you can do that.
Only with your eyes.
I cannot control what my body does. I cannot. I hear one song. So you're doing this like one song in my head.
Is my little brother okay? Like, where's my little brother at? 121.96.
I see your head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Next time, we're going to move on to the walk and turn, okay? With
This is bad because I'm one bow-legged. Mom.
That's fine.
You're fine.
You're fine.
You're fine.
I'm bow-legged.
Pay attention to me.
It doesn't have anything to do with your balance, right?
No, it's bow-legged.
Okay?
Detective Hung, can you describe what just happened there very briefly right before we pause the video?
Kayla's mother walked up and took the keys from her as she was going to the vehicle. And Kayla would not focus, so I had asked her to move back.
You're gonna put your left foot, or you're gonna imagine.
Like a model?
No.
Okay.
No. Just
You need to
stand
step
still.
back here. Do not move
Now
into
she wants to fight about it.
I'm not
Okay,
fighting
come
about
on.
anything, honey.
Well, we're trying to get through the
Trying to
process,
explain it to you so you don't
okay?
fail the test.
Kayla.
I need you to stop talking, sir. What we need you, I need you to stop talking and don't distract her.
Imagine the line in front of you, okay? And you're gonna place your left foot on that line in front of your right foot, like such, okay?
Starting now or with 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go. That's what she
Like
do.
that? Okay.
He's giving you an instruction and what he needs
I'm
you to do.
telling him to do.
Okay. So you have the line in front of you. Put your left foot in front of your right foot in that line. Keep your arms down by your sides. You understand this instruction?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When I tell you to begin, take 9 heel-to-toe steps. When you turn, keep your front foot on the line. And turn, taking a series of smaller
And 9
steps.
heel toe?
9 heel-to-toe.
It's not that. I'm giving 1, 2, 3 turn. I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm not. Not that I'm not
I
like.
get that. Stay where you are. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Kayla.
Listen to
I'm
me, sir.
gonna
Sir,
hurt
listen to
him.
me. Okay?
I'm 130 fucking pounds.
I get that.
Okay.
But just listen to me, okay? That's all I'm trying. Hey, listen.
Sir, I need you to step back over here. I need you to step back. Cannot monitor this and stand here with you. I just need you to stay right there.
All right. Front foot on the line and take a series of smaller steps onto the other. And I'll demonstrate this for you, okay? Stay right there. No, stay. No, stay.
Tell me. You see,
I'm trying to walk you through the process, okay? You gotta listen to my instructions and then you can do it, okay? Right there. I'm gonna demonstrate it for you, okay?
Oh my God.
Can you take a series of smaller steps? you're going around.
Kayla, come back down here, please.
I have no weed. I have no drugs.
We're not worried about weed, sweetie.
We're not worried about that.
Can you put one foot in front of the other, heel to toe, and stand there? Touch your heel to your toe.
Then put your arms.
I'm bow-legged. I cannot. My mom will tell you I cannot. I'm bow-legged.
That doesn't. You can.
Okay, put your hands down by your side.
I cannot. I'm both. I cannot. My
We
mom will tell
understand
you.
that. Okay. So you take the stairs, 9
What?
heel to toe steps, then turn around, take 9 more heel to toe steps.
Okay. You ready?
You understand the instructions?
9 heel to toe stretches.
And then you're gonna count out each step out loud.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You can walk back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What the fuck?
Okay. All right. Hey,
Kayla.
Kayla, stand up.
Detective Pung, what happened at this point?
At this point, it was declared she did not follow clear instructions, which is part of the test. She did not complete the test when actually ever being put into the position to listen to the instructions, which is one point from the other, heel to toe, and arms down by the side. She started to sway. She still continued to try to do the heel to toe, which never did they meet up, and she then fell down onto the ground. Unsafe for her to see any.
What did you do at that point? Okay. And what happened next?
Then we called for another vehicle.
Okay. Do you know whose car she was put into?
Yes, she was put into Officer Cruz's car. We couldn't transfer her off the side of my canine.
Sure. What happened once you got to the hospital?
At that point, Kayla consented to a letter.
Okay. And what happened after that?
He was, once the letter was complete, she was actually released from the treatment of the.
Did you go to the hospital with her?
Yes, we did. We met them at the hospital. Officer Clue was simply the transport vehicle, and then they were going to take the rest of
The location you were at getting gas, the signal, that's at the corner of Martin Luther King and Kavanaugh, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that in the city of Lansing, Union County?
Yes.
And then I know you referred several times to Kayla Walker, to the defendant. Do you see that individual in the courtroom here tonight?
Yes, sir.
Did you point her out to the jury?
Yeah, she's sitting over to my right. My right.
Can you-
Blonde
what
hair.
is-
I'm sorry, what?
What's she wearing?
She's wearing a black suit with a white shirt underneath.
I'd have the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objections, identifications?
No objection.
Identifications, vote.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Where do we stop on the video?
I believe that says 2343.
Pull the video back up, Detective. My name is John Lee. Public defender that is representing Mr. City. So, Detective Punk, this is 2 minutes and 12 seconds into the video. You just got there and you are about to ask driving the car. In your experience as a detective, is the first spontaneous, non-thoughtful response usually the best response?
It depends on the situation.
Okay.
And at that point, I was a road officer, I did not enter the detective bureau.
Fair enough, fair enough. So. First
Driving
question
this car.
To.
Can you repeat your question because that kind of sounds.
I'm sorry, yes, so that was your first attempt to identify the driver. Who's the driver of the car? And she immediately points to Moses, right? Lingua was the gentleman laying on the ground on the right, correct?
She pointed, but I don't know what she was really pointing to.
Okay. And then, so, did you run any kind of background check on Moses Lingua when he let you know that he was on a tether and had some legal issues?
Actually, later on in the video, you'll see my notepad get handed off to Remsen Jack, Sergeant Jack, and he was running out of them.
Gotcha, okay.
I was not going to go put my head in the computer with the three trying to move around so much and the traffic going the way it was. I think I'm safe.
It was quite a convoluted scene, right, with a lot of moving pieces, people moving around.
Right.
Kind of like herding cats kind of a thing. Yeah, okay, I got you. That's how it struck me when I watched it. It just looked difficult. So I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit further, because you brought up Sergeant Rumston and how he got,
We just got into a.
just a little bit later.
Fast forward to the section and tell me on the record the time stamp.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I'm going to start this.
Tim, because this is the first.
It's at 7:50 on the video. And this is a point where you stop to get Sergeant Rumson up to speed on Renson, what's going on, right? You say, hey, this is where I'm at in the investigation, this is what's happening.
Right, he showed up as wanting some information on the PI, we always have to do that.
There you go. Okay, so this is what was done and said.
Okay, PI for a jury.
I apologize. Personal injury accident, thank you.
So,
All out. So, if you want to write it up, send it out. Yeah, when I first got up here, her and Sam said that he was driving. Now she's saying he was after they had a little conversation.
Actually, we can look at the car sheet. You could probably tell.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to stop it right there. But what I heard you say was that her and the passenger identified Moses as the driver, but then after then her story changed that she was the driver after she conferred with Moses. Is that accurate?
I don't believe I heard myself say that. I memorized it at all, so I wasn't sure. I know she changed her story multiple times. And that was, I remember that from this accident and turned out I was moving my camp.
I have that same conversation from Remsen's video. Pull that up and see if you can. It might be easier for you to understand this.
I'm trying to refresh your recollection.
Yes.
You gotta ask her, show her Sergeant Jack's.
I showed you Sergeant Remsen's video of the conversation between the two of you. Might that reflect, refresh your memory as to what was said in that moment?
No, if you rewind mine a little bit, and
Okay,
that's
because they're
not.
duplicative. They're the same. I think it's just easier to hear on his, but I will definitely rewind it for you.
And let us know when we're ready.
So I'm rewinding it back to the 7:50 starting point. Yeah, we're gonna start from there.
So, if you want to write it up, send them up. Yeah, when I first got up here, her and Sam said that he was driving. Now she's saying he was after they had a little conversation.
Actually, we can look at the car seat. You could probably tell.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Refresh your recollection.
I heard myself say that now she's saying it's changed and it's him. I didn't hear anything about the other one. In the end, a lot of different stories were being said and a lot of different things. So I would never ever dispute that I didn't say that to Sergeant Jack as we were conferring and working together on the investigation. We come up with a lot of different theories in a preliminary examination of the preliminary investigation of the scene, and it's a work in progress. It builds upon things that come up as we go along. So I'm not saying I didn't. I don't know if we really need to take up anybody's time to play another body cam.
We're here for the purposes of taking up time. That's number one. Number two, only answer his questions.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, yes, if it would help, I can play that from Remsen view. You might be able to hear your voice clearer on his. It's up to you. Actually, it's up to the judge.
Well, it's up to her if she thinks that a clear version will refresh her recollection.
Do you think that would help?
If it's on there clear, I know I heard myself at this point.
I would ask that that video only be played to the witness and not played in front of the entire jury.
We decided it as an exhibit, so you can take your computer off the share on here and approach the witness to show her. Time to locate it, because I need to give the jury a good.
I've got it right now, but it's up to you, Your Honor. We can take.
I'll let you refresh recollection if you can, and then I need to get it's in over an hour.
Provider with earbuds.
Not gonna, that, it sounds like it's not. Renton Jack's right there next to her body cam. I don't think there's gonna be any. It's stated that wasn't stated on the other, to be honest. I didn't know if we needed him to assist you to where to start and stop, but I guess it's there. There's actually.
Oh, I might have it because of the.
It's muted. That's around that right there. You can repeat your question.
So at that point, you had shared with Detective Remsen that her and the passenger had initially indicated it was Moses, but then their stories changed after she had conferred with Moses.
What I heard my own voice say was both of them saying he was, now she is saying that
But at first, you acknowledged, she was saying it was him, but their story changed.
yes, sir.
Okay. I want to come back to the video. And then after you guys have that conversation,
I don't know why I did muted, so I don't know why I did that.
so after you guys have that conversation, you go over to the car. Because now we're looking for physical evidence, right? The stories aren't telling us what we want to hear. We're looking for physical evidence, something else to put together, right? So you guys come back over to the car, and the idea is, let's take a look at the car seats. So I'm fast forwarding the video till 3:35.
Driver was laid back that far.
Maybe.
Just gonna pause it right here for a minute. Because there was a lot of discussion about whether she fit comfortably into the seat or not. We can see the position of the driver's seat. Judge's name kind of blurs it, obscures it a little bit, but what can we see about the position of the passenger seat?
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
Yes.
Sir, I can't see anything.
I can't even.
I'm trying to see if there's a way to adjust that. I don't know. Let's see.
The nature of my question is this. It looks like the driver's seat is further back than the passenger seat, correct?
You may need to bring your, you may need to
Take this to her.
take this off and take it, I'll take you out of Zoom because it's gonna be obscured. That's not what's on my screen, as you can see, but it's the Polycom that does that, and then you can re-ask your question so she can see it without that blocking.
So you want me to take it out of Zoom?
I don't know if your computer screen is having it blocked. Does your computer screen have it blocked?
Let's see, Your Honor, we're playing Rumson's video at this point, which has not been.
Oh, I am usually right. They are duplicative in some areas.
Okay, you switch to the right exhibit, it should be equals exhibit 1.
Correct.
And
These are back to the spot. So. This is 8:30. Fast forward the video to 8:31. This is not as clear of a view, but I think you can definitely.
so before you question the witness, when you share your screen on your laptop, do you see the small icon that says check Simmons on yours, or is it just showing on the Polycom screen?
It's just showing.
Oh, but that's why I'm telling you to bring her laptop so she can see it, because I have it here and it doesn't have that blocking view. It's gonna be blocking there, but there's no way I can control that.
bump that, okay, so this is what I'm asking about. It looks like the passenger seat is moved up a lot closer to the dashboard than the driver's seat. Do you see that there on the screen? Does that look accurate to you?
This is on my body camera, which is the same as that screen. All I see is a dark hole, anything over the center console. I could judge it according to the center console, but there's airbags and darkness. I don't have any other reference point within the passenger seat.
I see. You see, it's hard for you to see that because it's underneath there. I see. But my question would be, because you said, well, you know, she was able to jump in the front seat. Did the passenger door work?
I didn't check.
If that front seat, as it appears to me, is closer to the dashboard, wouldn't it make more sense that the shorter person would have been on the passenger side?
Objection, speculation.
Your Honor, she's conducting an investigation. She said part of the reason she thought Kayla was the driver is because she fit comfortably in the driver's seat. She's already speculating. We're just saying, couldn't there be other explanations?
Okay, the question was if the
Passenger seat is closer to the dashboard, it would make more sense that the shorter person would be on the passenger seat.
The issue, I think, is that it's false fast is not in record. So that she can't see that, so you gotta, you wanna question on that, you gotta get that false in record, so I'm altering your objection, sustaining it.
To your recollection, then, do you remember the position of the passenger seat at all in regard to the position of the driver's seat?
I do not, as passengers and drivers adjust their seats differently.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that if the passenger seat is moved closer to the dashboard, it would suggest that it wasn't adjusted for a taller person, right?
I am not sure where the passenger seat was, sir. To be very honest. I could never answer a question about the passenger seat, because I did not investigate the passenger.
You were fairly satisfied that the one passenger who said he was in the rear was definitely in the rear of the car, right? That was never really in question.
When I'm investigating and somebody says they're in the back seat and they don't have any injuries, I don't have any need or right to question them. And when I was looking for the person to sit in the driver's seat, sat in it, and the foot pedals and everything matched up to what I could see, that's what that answer came.
So you saw Kayla Walker sitting in the driver's seat with her feet extended out on the foot pedals?
I saw them comfortably sitting there in the body position, in a comfortable position to the driver's seat, or to the steering wheel. The steering.
And when you and Officer Remsen looked at this, what did you do directly after looking at that? Do you recall?
After looking in this car,
At this seat right here, what did you do next?
I don't remember at this present moment. Something went going back to the scene, the medics were attending him.
Well, I'm gonna
Try to leave.
thumb drive happens, it tends to need to be respected. So taking it back to that point. Sorry, I'm gonna have to start it a little before. This is at 8. Okay, so you and Officer Remsen are at the car. You're gonna be looking at the seats and then you're going to go back to the seat.
Hang on, they're gonna all try to leave. Let me.
That shit dumb, bro. Like, how does that, like, how?
It's my birthday. Stop.
They just left.
What's your
Like,
first name?
like, that shit weird as
Who's that?
fuck, bro. They just left the nigga that just hit us.
No.
The motherfucker that just hit us.
Do you see that the car you hit's back there?
No, whoever the fuck that is, they did that dumbass shit. The fuck?
So who's driving this car?
Her. That's her.
Okay, so when you guys left the car, you went back to Moses, right?
We went back to the scene. I don't remember who I was going directly back to. They were talking to me.
But the next person who was asked about who was driving the car was Moses, right?
I did not ask him anything.
So you heard Officer Remsen asking, and Sergeant Remsen, right?
Right. So that's Sergeant Jack.
Okay. So fair to say at this point, you still don't really know for sure who was driving the car?
Correct.
And I noticed, you know, throughout a lot of this video that these two are spending a lot of time talking. Is that normal police procedure to allow people just to conversate amongst themselves while the investigation is going on?
Without adequate amount of officers, yes.
Oh, so if you had another officer there, you would have separated them. And they would have been able to collude in any way, correct?
If possible. They were getting medical attention. When we turn them over to medical professionals or the fire department, medics, we don't always get to come back and phone and we're trying to do other things.
Okay. So I'm just going to fast forward this a little bit further into the video.
Was going down the street and knows that this is my vehicle.
Again, now you are talking to her mom, right? This is her mom on the scene who has now come on the scene. By the way, I fast forwarded to 12:04 video. And so now mom is on the scene and now you're talking to mom, right? And again, what do we see going on over here with Kayla and Moses?
Hugging constantly.
Hugging constantly.
And I would say Kayla, I can't remember if that was Moses, they're both wearing those colored sweatshirts. Without comparing their faces, I would never say that's Moses.
Okay, nonetheless, you know, there's a lot of this sort of confidential talking going on while the investigating is proceeding, right?
That was a common practice, again, with two different people.
I just have a quick question, because you pointed out that the two gentlemen both had light colored, but do you know whether or not Moses was the one who was complaining of the injury, or? I mean, Moses is the person that was on the ground, I don't know who was who.
I would have to go back and compare because at one point one went up and the other one went down, one
Okay,
sat down.
so just looking at this, you couldn't tell if this is the person who's on the ground or
No, one of them I believe had some break.
not. Okay.
Okay, and then, So mom wants to know what's happening, right?
Help them. She actually accused me of hitting. And this is her information.
Okay, I'm just gonna start it here. This is mom coming out and sitting down. She's trying to find out from you what's going on, right? You're trying to explain to her what all has happened, right?
She's actually on the car, she's on the car.
Right, because that's her car, right?
Right.
Okay, and Kayla is her daughter, is your understanding? And so after the accident, it would be Kayla that we would expect to sort of take control of the car and the situation, because that's her mom's car, right?
Objections, condition.
Earlier, she testified to the fact that Kayla had the keys in her hand, and therefore that was an indicia of the fact that she was the driver. I'm simply pointing out there's an alternative explanation. She wanted to take control of the car because that was her mom's car. Objections overruled. So, officer, is it possible that Kayla grabbed those keys and took control of the keys because that's her mom's car and she wanted to be in control of her mom's car and the keys when mom was basically going to show up?
I don't recall her taking it from anybody else, she hadn't from the beginning.
But you weren't there when they all got out of the car, right?
No, when I walked up here, we had,
Right, but they were all already out of the car, the accident already happened.
but that was.
Right, okay. So this is mom, and I'm sorry, the first 10 seconds.
For appropriate information, 1013 and 94.
What happened?
We have no clue yet because they haven't got a clear explanation from them. We don't even know who's driving. She said she would.
So here we are, still at 12 and a half minutes into the video, and the explanation is, we have no clue, we don't even know who was driving. Would you agree that with that assessment?
I don't believe I said that.
You didn't say that, Sergeant Remsen just said that. Would you agree with what he said at that point?
Want me to give an opinion or what my partner said?
I want you to give an opinion. Do you think that what your partner said was right or wrong?
The minute I walked up, Kayla Walker refused to talk to me and tried to whisper to everybody. And try to hide.
Well, you and Kayla didn't, right?
You did actually, there's one point where she actually thanked you to be on the nice one.
Did she? Okay. Because
There was
I can
points
tell.
where she was upset, but there was also a point where she was very kind to me. She was in a rough spot. She was very frustrated and
And you had even noted earlier in the video, in the investigation, that they were all doing real defense. Like when you first came up, you said something to the effect of, why are you all concerned about so concerned about being arrested? Do you recall that? Yeah. And
they kept asking if I was arresting them.
right. And that's when you discovered that Moses was on a tether and that he had a kind of a special concern about the situation, correct?
Yeah, I was easing his mind that this tether didn't matter to me.
So at this point, well, just 30 seconds later.
I need to get her away in it. We probably need to do some SFSTs. I'm gonna have my recruit one over here. You can stand by for a minute.
At this point, this is where you had said earlier that you went down to check on the other car and the other drivers and what was going on down there, right?
I didn't, I went to check with my recruit.
Right, you went to check with the recruit who was working on the other drivers and the other.
Probably.
Gotcha, okay. So at this point, you leave the scene here, go down there, and it's just Sergeant Remsen there now, right?
Sergeant Jack, with the three from the yellow car.
Correct, yes.
I believe that was it.
Okay, right. Okay, so you leave and you go down there, and you're down there for a few minutes, and then you come back. And on your way back, you're going to explain to recruit kind of how you came to the conclusion that Kayla was the driver. Do you recall that conversation?
Vaguely, but it would be an average conversation between officers.
Sure, okay. So let's play the video.
But we'll take care of it.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah,
do my
see,
email.
go ahead and sit down on the curb or whatever. We're gonna go down
But
here and
if I
take.
can, if the email's preloaded, maybe I'll be able to see them.
I'm gonna pause it right there because quite frankly, that part was not really the relevant substance that I want everybody to see. We're gonna start the video at 16:30. This is you and the new recruit walking back to the accident scene and or back to the yellow, the Ford Focus.
We'll be right back with you, okay? Keep looking for your info. We'll be right back. So down here, we've got the uncooperative individuals that are not even been all over the place. Mom finally showed up and said daughter had to have been driving her car. So,
What's your daughter's name?
hey, you're SFST trained, right?
Yes.
Why are we gonna do that if she wasn't driving?
Because she said she was driving.
Well, okay, if she wasn't, who was? That's all we need to know.
Okay, so I don't know, the sound in here is not very good. When I watch the video, I'm at home, it's quiet, I got earbuds in, I can hear everything, so I don't know. It sounded to me like you had made a comment to the other officer that, well, that's Kayla's mom's car and she doesn't let anybody else drive it, so we kind of figure it's, or I kind of think it's Kayla. Did you hear anything to that effect? Yeah, because I know it sounds.
I actually recall something similar to that, and as I said before, it appeared that the actions, she did not ever want to talk to me or face it multiple times. She said I was, and then she would take me. It's an investigation. When we get to a scene and nobody wants to take responsibility and be an adult who was driving a vehicle that just ended up in a crash, our job is very tough, for sure. And we have to take that investigation to the level. The other two passengers of that vehicle, we saw that they were not driving.
So really, the reason why the investigation kind of went towards Kayla is because she was the only one who ever stepped up and said, oh yeah, no, I was the.
Correct. And she had the keys, and when she went to give me her driver's license, she never said I can't get in here. She clearly went to the driver's side and handed them to me, and she sat down there very naturally.
Would it be natural for somebody to naturally, out of habit, go to the driver's side of their own vehicle?
After a crash, after an upsetting situation, I don't know. I wouldn't have known more than that myself, probably. It was chaotic in the vehicle, everything went everywhere. A lot of times things go, I can't answer that.
It looked like she grabbed her wallet out of the center console. Is that kind of what you observed when she did it?
Yes.
So she went to the driver's side, jumped in and grabbed her wallet out of the center console. So it looked like that was her car. She knew where it was, yeah?
Right.
And did you have any conversation then with mom about mom's sort of expectations about who could and who couldn't drive the car?
I remember something, but I don't remember what she said. I mean, the mother, Kayla, showed up and was very cooperative, trying to be as helpful as possible, and was very concerned.
Yes.
About her.
Let me ask you, have you ever, in your experience as a police officer, is it uncommon for young people to do things contrary to their parents' wishes, with cars or something?
Young as in teenagers,
Young as in their 20s.
most of the time I don't let them call their mom, I don't let their parents stick around. They're adults and grown-up things to take care of. There's not enough people to calm the situation and get people back, as I've already stated, and the mom was extremely respectful of our asking to step back until presented. So she probably was allowed actually more input than I would normally do.
It strikes me as ironic that at the time you asked the question of who else could it be, that Moses is the only one besides mom in the picture. Did you ever, besides after that one time when you and Sergeant Remsen went and looked at the car, did you ever seriously consider him as a subject, as a suspect?
I think everybody is seriously considered as a suspect until it balances out and you see something else come forward.
Gotcha. And did you ever get the impression that, or that it was possible that Moses was directing Kayla as to what she should say?
No, I didn't feel concerned that it was that she was being told what to say.
And you, of course, were not a party to their little private conversations that they were having throughout this entire time, right? No further questions. Thank you.
I'm assuming you have redirect, correct?
I do have redirect,
Can
John.
you just give it to me, but something may have to the rest of the off the record. back on the record, and, Mr. Staples, you were going to go on the record.
Just quickly, touching on, in your experience, in your time as a police officer, why do you have to do an investigation? And so, are there ever situations where you don't, where someone, might just come up and say, I did it?
I'm sorry.
So there are situations where someone might just come up and say, I did.
Yes.
Yeah, but when that's not the case, you have to do an investigation. And we've been over it very thoroughly. You did a fairly substantial investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
What conclusions did that investigation reach you? And why did you reach that conclusion?
The fact she was pulling the car keys from the first contact with her to, she stated she was driving the vehicle to appear to be tendency. She sat down and actually getting her item out of the car to her driver and keep that item. And stating that it was her driving it or it was her mother's car, family car.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? For this witness, you can write it down. Back to the court office. One more. All your questions. Next word, each juror who has a question, feel free to write it. Got one. One more. Just, you don't mind, just there.
Is that Moses that was on the ground on his belly?
Was Moses on the ground or on his belly?
Yeah.
I think I questioned about that too, and this witness wasn't sure if she could identify them by name. Is that accurate? Without seeing their face.
If we went back to the beginning of the video and see which one
Was on the ground?
said he was Moses, you could, the one that said he was Moses.
Okay, I'll have them queue up the video to answer that question for you.
That'd be the one that's on the line.
Okay. To help refresh this witness's recollection. While they're doing that, then I'll have you do the Mr. Witness. You can bring up the video where it shows the statement she said where they're stating. Another question. Did you interview the other two guys? The two gentlemen. I only know the man named Moses. I don't know the other.
They were asked. Who was driving? That's it.
Were the other guys under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
I did not tell. I did not do it. Yes, he's on the other guy.
I think I questioned about an airbag, so let's follow up on my question. Was Moses or anyone hurt by the airbag? If you know.
I cannot speculate what the injury was from the accident, but the airbag blew off, whether it's from other labs. I don't know what exactly caused the injury.
Okay, and did you know where the airbag came from? Because I couldn't tell if it came from the back or from.
Look in the car, driver's side, passenger side, and the side airbag were also. There's at least three. I know.
Did Ms. Walker have any injuries that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, the individual that stated they were the passenger, not the backseat passenger. Can you describe the jury again where his alleged injury was?
On his face, what is what they had said.
Do you know where on his face?
I did not attend that. He was not that threatening, stuff like that.
Okay. And you're gonna refresh the recollection as to whether or not Moses was one on the ground. Oh.
It is for himself. They were trying to get out of here where that other car was an accident there. King and Kavanaugh will be checking for injuries.
I don't know.
Are you guys okay?
My head hurts.
Your head hurts? What car were you in?
Yellow car. My head hurts.
Are you two the only two that were in there?
No, I just came from over there.
Right, no, these two. Where were you at?
I was in the back seat.
Of the yellow one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You okay?
Do you want an ambulance?
Yeah, I think she do. No, you don't?
Yeah.
You don't want it?
I gotta call my mom.
No. I called my mom. Because like one, she stopped before me, so I.
Fuck, I'm with my cousin Kayla and Moses.
Yeah.
Do you need
What?
Because his eye hurts real bad.
His eye? Where was he at? He just showed up.
I'm in the passenger seat.
In which car? We're just trying to help you out.
You alright, bro? No, I'm not, bro. What hurt? Alright, bro. My eye hurt too, bro. My head. Bro, how the fuck did they just do that dumbass shit, bro? What the fuck did bro? And they just gonna pull off, bro. They just gonna pull off, bro.
Out here.
You not okay?
No.
What's wrong?
My eye.
Your eye?
No, that's fine. I appreciate your help. I'm just trying to get radio information going. Who was driving this car?
We were in the passenger seat. I didn't know. I'm like, that's why I'm fucked up and confused. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
So he was driving? You were driving, pal?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, but
Bro, come get me.
no, you can't go anywhere. You can't go anywhere. You're a passenger. We need your information. We need to take
That's
care.
okay, but I still need somebody to come and get us. We stranded.
Oh, okay. But I just said you can't go anywhere immediately.
Bro, come get me, bro. I'm at the
Okay, if
signal
you
on
have another
MLK, bro.
vehicle or another unit available, it would be helpful.
I was driving. We just crashed.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Ma'am, I was in the back seat, in the passenger seat. Y'all got cameras. Y'all can see me. Yeah,
We will have to look up cameras if everybody just claims they weren't driving. Not a problem.
But y'all calling other units and stuff like I'm being arrested or something
No.
when I call for my
I
ride?
have traffic issues.
Oh, okay. I'm just
No,
saying
I
I
don't
was
want
a
to take you to jail.
passenger.
Do you have an ID on you, bud?
No, ma'am, I don't. But get my information. I know you need my information.
You got it. You're
I'm out
right.
on bond, just to let you know. But I did nothing wrong, man. I committed no crime.
Hey, can you stay here, please?
Hey, cousin.
Come on over here. She can come over here.
Excuse me. Is my eye fucked up?
It's a little red. Do you have ID on you? What is your first name?
My first name is Gabriel.
Spell that.
That's my middle name. Gabrelle.
Gabrelle.
Yes, middle name Malik.
You don't want to start lying to me. We can make a bigger issue out of it.
I swear to God,
For desires to keep going, but individual identified something.
So does that refresh your recollection as to who the individual on the ground was?
Yes.
And that would be Moses. Any other questions from you?
For my speculation, I want to know if I can.
Okay, in your experience as an officer, do you genuinely find the driver to be the most upset when it comes to? If you could answer.
Yes, the most distraught and trying.
The other question definitely calls for speculation. That's why I'm not or ask that for that. Any other question? Any redirect based on the jury's questions?
None.
Well, from the defense, any cross examination based on that? Okay, so this witness can be excused.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Detective Plum. I think you may be excused. And you can call your next witness.
People call Officer Christopher Clue.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth of the guilty of perjury.
I do.
You can next seat. And if you could state your first and last name and spell both.
My name is Christopher Clue, CHRISTOPHER, Clue, CLEW.
Good afternoon, Officer Clue. What do you do for a living?
So I am a patrol officer with Lansing Police Department.
How long have you been with them?
About 5.5 years.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to the afternoon of May 13th, 2001. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Do you remember this accident that we're in for? Okay. What was your role that day?
So I was dispatched as a transport officer. The primary officer on scene was a canine unit. They don't have a backseat to transport people in, and they did just kind of transport to the hospital or a people were.
Okay, and so what did you do?
So I showed up on scene. They had her in custody, said she needs to go to the hospital for a blood draw, and she got put in the back of my car. I drove to the hospital. And that was pretty much it.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Officer Blue, thank you for being here. While you were in the transporting Kayla Walker and interacting with her, did she make any statements to you about whether or not she was the driver of the car?
I do not recall.
I played you a short clip of your body cam video from that day. Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yep.
Your Honor, if this is going to be used to refresh, I again ask that it just be shown to the witness and not broadcast.
Your Honor, I think I am actually going to have Officer Crew validate this video.
This will be people on the next proposed exhibit A.
Yes. This is so this is a minute 29 video.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. This appears to be the body cam of Officer Stevens, not Officer.
Correct.
So, Officer Clue, does this look like? So, Officer Clue, does this look like what you were experiencing and witnessing that day? Would that be your body camera?
That is my body camera.
Gotcha. Okay. And so We're going to fast forward just a little bit here. There is a
I was saying before I asked you.
and you're having some interaction.
I'm not.
So do you recognize this scene at the hospital?
I do, yes.
Okay, so you were in the room with Miss Walker and the physicians, and they're trying to treat her, and they're checking in with you to see what happened, where's she coming from, what's the circumstances. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's not correct.
100% sure on the actress. Looks like it was I got there late to the party, but it looked like a T-bone, 45 miles an hour. Both cars totaled, airbag deployment in both.
Was everybody okay or not?
Yeah, everyone's doing all right.
Okay.
Do you know where you were sitting?
In the passenger.
Okay.
So according to her, at the hospital, to the doctors, when she was asked where she was in the car, she said she was in the passenger seat, right?
That was her claim.
Gotcha. A little while later, in fact, this comes up again.
Not from here. Not from. And look, I'm not.
Yes. Okay, so she was driver.
No, he was the driver. Okay. I already switched over.
So again, she's stating to the doctors, no, he was the driver, right? I mean, so this is kind of her story, even while she was at the hospital with you, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Yeah. Sir Clue, you said you've been a police officer for 5+ years, correct?
That's correct.
Criminals always tell the truth.
No.
At this point, what was the status of Ms. Walker?
So she was in custody, pending a legal draw for, basically a drunk driving investigation.
So she knew she was being investigated for drunk driving?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions about it.
Ms. Witness speaks. Oh, actually, any questions from the chair? Ms. Witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Crowe. And you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the people call Officer Matthew Stevens.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give the truth and the whole truth, under the penalty of perjury? Let's see, officer. Please state your first and last name and then spell it.
First name's Matthew, my last name's Stevens, my first name is spelled Matthew, S is Stevens, Stevens.
Officer Stevens, where are you currently employed?
The city of Lansing Police Department
And how long have you been a police officer?
for 3 years.
I'd like to call your attention to the date of May 13th, 2021. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Did you have reason to be at the area of King and Kavanaugh?
Yes, sir.
Why were you there?
I was filling up gas for patrol vehicle 60.
And you've already heard a lot of testimony on what happened that afternoon. Briefly, what was your interactions that day?
Shortly after finding out a crash happened right behind us, essentially, I made contact with the drivers of a black Dodge Dart. Speaking with them and made contact with other officers on scene and performed the sobriety test for the smoker.
Briefly, what did you observe during those tests?
During those tests, Ms. Walker continued to disregard every instructions that we were providing her with, as well as very abstract behavior as we were conducting the sobriety test. When I was doing the walking turn, she started skipping before dropping her body onto the ground with multiple home run around.
Did you form any conclusions based on that behavior?
That she had been drinking.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, she was placed in custody, and then where she was transported to our hospital, where we conducted the chemical test records and
And Officer Stevens, did you read the defendant or criminal test or chemical test rights?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do next?
She consented to a blood draw. At that point in time, I had the phlebotomist open up the blood kit and I filled out the blood draw for people.
I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this form?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this form?
That was the form I filled out for the form.
And do you recognize the handwriting on that form?
Yes, sir.
And is there a signature there?
Yes, sir.
Whose signature is that?
That's mine.
This is a form that is filled out in the ordinary course of business during a OWI investigation.
Yes, sir.
And was it filled out contemporaneously with the blood being drawn?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the people moved to have People's Exhibit 2 admitted.
Any objections?
Okay.
Just to follow, it's filled out in the ordinary course, was it kept in the ordinary course of business?
So the first, there's 3 copies for the alcohol drug determination form. The first 2 copies are kept with the officer, and the third copy is submitted with the blood kit.
Okay, so you fill out your form and then you give it to, and at the bottom got filled out, correct?
That is correct.
And then you tender your portion, or the portion you completed, I should say, to whoever's completing the blood draw?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your exhibit 2 is admitted.
And permission to approach.
To the jury.
To the jury.
It's your exhibit 2.
Officer Stevens, based on the totality, what observations did you make that led you to believe that the defendant was under the influence?
Based on her behaviors during the field sobriety test, as well as when I conducted the stagnus testing, we had seen stagnus on both the rides. When I did the illegal traffic prior to that evaluation itself. As well as that sort of speech and just her overall behavior was not conducive of someone that was sober.
Could you be a little bit more specific about her behavior that led you to believe she was intoxicated?
Such as when we were, or when I was trying to explain the instructions for the horizontal gaze and stagnus, she would turn her entire body, her head,
despite giving numerous instructions to keep her head still, with only her eyes. Immediately following that onto the walking turn, we had to, or I had to repeat the instruction numerous times for her to stand still, as well as to essentially take the heel to toe steps forward and what to do in that action. As I tried to demonstrate it for her, she refused to pay attention to what I was doing. Once she conducted the walking turn, she initially had put her hands on her hips and began walking, and then counted out the 9 steps there. Then as she completed those first 9 steps, she stopped momentarily before skipping across the sidewalk and then ultimately falling on the ground.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Officer Stevens, did you investigate at the scene of the accident?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the car that you were investigating was not Kayla Walker's car, but the other car, the occupants of the other car, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you ask them who was driving the gold car, the other car?
No, sir, because at the time they had, from based off of how they were turning onto West Kavanaugh Road at the intersection of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and West Kavanaugh Road, the vehicle that hit them was behind them.
Okay, so from their line, their point of view and the angle of the accident, they could not see who was driving the other car.
That's correct, sir.
Gotcha. While you were working with Ms. Walker, did you follow and go down to the hospital as well where they were conducting the blood draws and such?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you there right around the time that they wrapped all that up and discharged her from the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she at that time make any statements about whether or not she was the driver?
I do not recall, sir.
You recall? If I showed you your body worn camera video as a refresher, would that maybe refresh your memory about that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Start, you know the time.
I do. 1:55. So just to come back to that then, so while you were there at the hospital, did Kayla Walker make any statements? Did Kayla Walker make any statements about whether or not she was the driver?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say?
She said she did not drive.
She said she did not do it. Now, you said you were investigating the accident and you were talking to the other drivers. I just want to revisit that one more quick second to make sure that I'm clear how the accident happened. The other car made a left-hand turn, correct?
No, sir.
What did they do?
They made a right-hand turn.
They made a right-hand turn, okay. And so when they made their right-hand turn, they crossed the lane of traffic that the car Kayla was in was traveling.
No, sir, they were, so the way Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is broken down to at the intersection of West Kavanaugh Road is 5 lanes. One is a turn lane, then there's 2 lanes going both north and one or then 2 lanes going south. They were in the far right lane, turning right onto West Avenue Road. And then as they were turning, that's when they were doing this representation.
Okay. That we have a different understanding, and I'm not sure that it really matters. I thought they were turning left, you say they were turning right. Point is, they were making a turn and they were struck in the rear of the car. And so because they were making a turn and collision was in the, they could not see the front of them. That's right.
That's right.
Thank you, officer.
Officer Stevens, at the time, Mr. Lee, of the video Mr. Lee just showed you, what was Kayla Walker's status?
She was just about to be discharged.
Okay, but, so, had she been informed that she was under investigation for an OWI?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
And was she given an appearance ticket?
Yes, she was given her temporary driver's license for the from the test.
And again, you've been a police officer for 5+ years.
3
years. Is it common for suspects to deny having done anything wrong?
Yes, sir.
It's common?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, John.
Any questions from the jury? Would you like to- The jury's writing a question. I do have a question. I recognize that you did standardized full sobriety, but what did you experience that caused you to go under investigation for WI?
That was based off the observation from the other officer.
Oh, so you were told by the officers to do the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Because you were under field officer training still, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, do you know if anybody received a citation from the accident, not for the drunk driving, but for the accident?
There was no other citations in the world.
Okay, are you able to explain how the accident occurred?
Yes, sir.
You can do that for the jury.
The vehicle, the black Dodge Shark, was traveling northbound on South Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. They were turning right onto West Kavanaugh Street. As they were turning right onto West Kavanaugh Street, that's when the yellow Ford Focus, which was the vehicle that Miss Walker was in, struck the rear end as the black Dodge Shark was turning right into West Kavanaugh.
Another question. How much time lapse was there from the time of the incident, or at least the time you all were dispatched, so we said to the time of the blood draw, if you know?
I do not know that.
Okay, did you investigate or speak with the other 2 occupants of the vehicle that Ms. Kayla was in?
I did not know.
Why did you not speak with them?
I was investigating or I was speaking with the other occupants of the other vehicle.
So you didn't really do an investigation of Ms. Walker either, did you?
No.
Okay, so you just conducted the standard field sobriety after being instructed to do so.
Yes, sir.
Due to that, I'm not gonna ask the other question on this, just because this officer would not be able to. Any more questions from the jury? We redirect based on the jury's questions.
Officer Stevens, you kind of described the accident. I think perhaps jurors are getting a little lost in the puddling. They don't have that great mindset that you have about intersections and roads, although everybody drives it pretty frequently. So from what you're describing, there's a vehicle driving down the road. They're making a right-hand turn. That black vehicle that's typically, would you say that a vehicle slows as it's about to approach to make a turn? And then the vehicle that struck, the vehicle driven by Ms. Walker, that came up from behind. And that vehicle did not slow, seemingly, from the amount of damage of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then hit the back end of that vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Is that consistent in your mind with the driver of the yellow car being at fault in this incident of an accident?
Yes, sir.
And are slow response times, is that something also consistent with being under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
Thank you. Officer Stevens, you've described an accident that is different than what is in the accident report from the Michigan State Police.
Objection, Your
I'm
Honor,
sorry.
that's not an evidence.
I'm sorry. This is a state of Michigan traffic crash report, and it is being used as impeachment at an attorney.
Is it his report or another officer? Officer Stevens, did you author a report in this incident? Yes.
And then
Doesn't recall if that is his report, you could need to refresh his recollection.
Okay, so this is the Lansing Police Department report from Mr. Stevens himself.
Who's going to vote so he can refresh his recollection?
So having been refreshed, officer, how would you say that the accident occurred?
so the vehicle, the black Dodge Charger was actually from left going eastbound from the south side.
So there would be no and was struck how?
As they were turning the rear passenger side of the vehicle. was struck the rear end.
Okay, so it wasn't struck from behind.
Okay.
Okay, so there was this idea of she's in the right turn lane, slowing down, and the other driver didn't slow down. That's not how it happened, right? Right. Okay. So, was there any information conveyed to you about the color of the light when the Dodge Dart was making the turn?
That was changing colors.
Changing colors from what to what?
Yellow to red.
Okay, so the light was still yellow when they proceeded through, or was it red?
It was still yellow.
So it was still yellow when the Dodge Dart proceeded through, and so it was a yellow light when the Ford Focus went through and struck the Dodge Dart, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
This with some new information, does that prompt any questions for the jury? May this witness be excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Officer Stevens, you may be excused. Thank you, for your next witness.
Your Honor, the people called Brianna Welch.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth from the guilty of perjury. You can have a seat. Should state your first and last name and spell both.
Brianna Welch, BRIANNA WELCH.
Okay, and so you testify in court for.
Good afternoon, Ms. Welch. Where do you currently work?
I'm the Michigan State Police, I think, right now, I'm in the section.
Okay, and I want to call your attention back to May of 2021. At that point, where were you working in MSD?
I was for the toxicology.
How long did you work for the toxicology unit?
Since October 2019 to about 2021.
Okay. Have you received special training in the testing of blood?
Yes.
Okay, when did you receive that training?
It would have been either late in 2019 or early 2020.
Okay. And where did you receive that training?
It was done through the session.
And what did that training consist of?
So the way that the training was, we do alcohols and just a 70, just so the way that they did it was you did multiple batches, and it ended up being, I think, around 200 samples that had already been tested. So everybody knew what the amount was. So the results that I got compared to what was previously given. And then from there, we did a competency test, 10 samples. Yeah. With no report.
Did you complete past that training?
Yes.
Okay, since the completion of that training, have you tested blood for alcohol content?
I did.
Okay, do you know about approximately how many times?
I definitely know it's in the thousands.
Okay. Have you testified in court before regarding blood tests?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many times you've done that?
About half a dozen, 6 times a day.
Okay. What kind of safeguards are there put in place to ensure the accuracy of these tests?
So there are calibrators that are running the samples, like the previous curve that it would compare to, as well as there are controls throughout the batch to ensure that there isn't carryover or anything like that. All the results go on to a scientist. In this case, it was Jordan Geiger. And from there, there are like avenues and techniques that are done there.
Okay. Ms. Welch, I'm going to show you what we have marked as plaintiff's potential exhibit 3. Could you take a look at this for me? Can you review those pages, or are you just?
I can see that it's the case file for
Okay.
this case. I looked at it prior, so
Okay.
the So I kind of.
Okay, what is this?
So I believe this is an entire like case file, for the job that I did, I, received the kit, so there is, a form that was for when the officer went to the lab, as well as, an alcohol and drug determination sheet and with the samples. And then it, you know, it contains the submission receipts, the testing, the chain of custody, and things like that.
Is this a type of record that's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And is this created contemporaneously with that testing process?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me by looking at this when this test was conducted?
So the sample was tested for alcohol on May 21st.
Okay, and where was that test conducted?
In the Lansing prison.
Okay, and what procedures do you follow when you are performing that test?
So there is a protocol in place that we use. I can go through it if you'd like.
Please.
So like I said, they're done in batches of 70. So the first thing is done is obviously we get them out of a locked cold storage, kind of a big walk-in cooler. From there, we are comparing all of the tubes to the information that we have. So like the drug and alcohol determination sheet to make sure that the name matches, the lab number matches, and then we take, there's usually 2 tubes, and we take tube 1. From there, the sample goes onto a rocker, which is just what temps, just rocks back and forth for the sample to really mix itself. From that, we use an instrument called a pipette diluter. Essentially, if you stick it into the blood tube and you push a button, it'll suck up 50 microliters of the blood, as well as 800 microliters of internal standard, which is another kind of control thing to make sure it's really working properly. And with this sample, we always take 2. They are run on 2 separate instruments at the same.
Okay, and there are some pages in there, if you'll flip through, that show charts and graphs. And,
yes, the data that is generated from the GCS.
okay, what does that show in general, in layman's terms?
So I don't handle the data.
Okay.
I don't typically look at it.
Sure.
But I can tell you that it is showing the amount of the internal standards as well as like alcohol. And like I said, comparing those numbers to the calculation for
I can take that back from you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Welch, just so that I am clear, so your role in this process is actually in the lab,
yes.
and you actually are the one who takes the samples to the machine that conducts the test.
Yes, if you what we call it the alcohol sample.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, I think I missed it. What happens after you put the sample on the machine?
So I'll start them, and then after that run is done, the scientist will go through and analyze all of that data. So any numbers that are generated from that I can see.
Okay. So your role is to take the samples out of the cold storage, put them on the machine, have the machine do its thing, and then the scientists take over from there.
Correct.
Thank
No redirect.
Ms. Simmons, be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Welch, you may excuse. Any additional witnesses?
Just the one final toxicologist, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people call Jordan Geiger.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Yes. You can have a seat. You state your first name, last name, and then spell both.
My name is Jordan Geiger, JORDYNGEIGE.
Mrs. Geiger, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you currently?
Michigan State Police, Forensic Science.
And what do you do there?
I am forensic scientist.
Okay. Could you give us a little information on what a forensic scientist does?
Yes, so my primary duties involve testing biological specimens for the presence or absence of drugs and alcohol. Based on the testing, I will report my findings, and then when necessary, I will testify about this.
How long have you been doing that for?
Sort of 7 years.
And do you have any kind of specialized education, training?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and biology from Presumption University, and a master's degree in science with focus in chemistry from Michigan State University. After joining Michigan State Police, I then had to complete on-the-job training.
And if you could give the jury a ballpark guess, how many of these tests have you performed?
Thousands.
And how many times have you testified in court about those results?
Approximately 7 times.
Ms. Geiger, I'm going to show you what's labeled as People's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document? Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
So this is what we usually refer to as the case jacket. It includes all of the contents of the case data, the paperwork that was submitted with the evidence.
And is the record kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, it is.
Have you changed, modified, or altered these records in any way? And are they created contemporaneously as the testing is done?
Yes.
Okay. What role do you play in this process as far as these documents?
For this particular scenario, I process the data and generate.
So when you say process the data, can you walk us through what that means?
Yes, so someone else would have tested the sample, placed the sample onto the instrument, and then a bunch of information is generated. And then I will go through all of that and confirm that it meets the proper criteria, and then generate a report.
Yes, did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What were those results?
The results were
Sorry, refreshing the reflection.
This is going to be introduced as evidence, yeah?
I recognize that, but you don't testify off the evidence in this sheet.
Do you remember what the results of the blood draw were?
I think I do. I'm drawing on the last number.
Reviewing that exhibit, refreshing the reflection.
Yes. 0.314 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters.
And does that number mean anything to you?
That is the amount of
Is there any information in there about the accuracy of this test?
It's not necessarily the accuracy, but we do have a methodology.
And do you remember what that number is?
Yes.
Okay, what would that number have been in this case?
That is plus or minus 0.016.
And what does that mean?
So basically with any measurement you take, whether it's something similar to measuring the room or something, more involved, like taking blood alcohol concentration, there's going to be inherent variability within the measurement. So if you take the measurement different over and over again, results will be very similar, but they may be slightly different. So we account for all of those variances in the different measurements. So this essentially tells us if we were to touch the same thing over and over again, you'd expect the results to fall within that range.
And in this case, is that number you indicated 0.314, and I'm sorry, what were the units? Is that number higher than 0.17?
Yes, it's.
No further questions, Your Honor. Oh, I apologize. People move to publish people's proposed exhibit 3. Oh, I'm sorry. The people move to admit people's proposed exhibit 3.
Any objections?
The defense objection, Your Honor, in that we think there may be a chain of custody issue. Police Officer Hackenberg testified that it was his role at the time to transport the drug kits and or blood kits. But I did not hear him say that he specifically transported and or identified Kayla Walker's kit that day. Did he testify to that? I did not hear.
His testimony didn't identify who kits he took, just the days he took the kits and that he took kits, but that's it.
So we don't know the chain of custody. We don't know whose kit he took or.
Any other questions for this witness at this time? Before, because I want to release the jury to address this.
No, Your Honor.
So the witness can be excused from the stand, and it is currently 5, and I believe that's the end of your proofs, or am I incorrect on that? For the city?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, but the defense does intend to call witnesses, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so your witnesses will have to return tomorrow to call this 5 p.m. And we'll continue with your witnesses tomorrow. Any rebuttal witnesses will be called tomorrow. And then any motions have to be the rest of the day tomorrow. And then closing arguments and deliberation. So, because it's exactly 5 minutes, it's a good time to release the jury and then we can address your issue as well. Any additional matters before I release the jury? I want to remind the jury of the instructions that you're not free to deliberate or do any research or any experiments regarding any issues relative to this. We'll report back here tomorrow. You should be here at 8:30 so we can begin it now, okay? Your notes will be collected and we can give them back to you tomorrow. And I think you already got your payment, so you should be free to go. And we'll see you tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning. All right, so thank you.